change it. So now we can do the official starting point. Hello, hello, everyone. A huge round of applause again to welcome you in the Anatomy of Influence. I'm Dimitris Dimitriadis. I will be your host for today and tomorrow. We met each other at the triangle, the rainy triangle, okay? With Aura, we are going to do the housekeeping today in order everything will be run smoothly. So in today's world of influence and this rapidly evolving landscape, we need to examine all these digital advancements, because all these are not just trends, they are transformative forces for our lives. So we need to understand that the rise of artificial intelligence, the proliferation of social media, all these new ways of communication, we are going to play today our metaverse. We have a DCN-verse, and we are going to see how we create avatars, and all these new types of communication alters what we call influence. Okay, so we need to understand how to engage and influence in a global scale. So as we delve in all these future of influence, we are going to see our responsibility, our commitment to navigate to all these innovations, our commitment to innovation, to transparency, to this ethical responsibility for the future of influence. So within our today's great panels, we're going to explore the digital transformation, we're going to explore the impact, we're going to understand how to combat disinformation and all these new technologies and foster a more inclusive and resilient global society. So without further ado, I would like to call on stage Matt Bikoff, the Cultural Coordinator, Office of Press and Public Diplomacy of the Bureau of the European and Eurasian Affairs in the US Department of State. And I want a huge round of applause for Matt. And this event is sponsored by the US Department of State, the Office of Citizens Exchange. Matt, the stage is yours. Thank you very much.
All right, now it is. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Tallinn. It's so good to be here and to see all of you today. I know it's a little rainy outside. We had a bit of rain yesterday, so I think that's a marker of this event. First, I want to thank our DCN Global partners and World Learning for putting this event together, but it really is so great to welcome you to Tallinn today. Can I get a quick show of hands for anyone who this is your first DCN event? Just raise your hand. Wow, great. All right, thank you. And for anyone who this is your whose second DCN event is this? All right, cool. And who's been part of the DCN community before? All right. So good representation. And I think once you've come to this, you'll probably do some more DCN activities throughout the rest of your careers and your days. With that scene setter, it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of Estonia, George P. Kent. Ambassador Kent was sworn in as the U.S. Ambassador to Estonia on December 21st, 2022. A career member of the Senior Foreign Service with the rank of Minister Counselor, Ambassador Kent most recently served as Deputy Assistant Secretary in the European and Eurasian Bureau of the U.S. Department of State. That's my home bureau. Previously, he was Deputy Chief of Mission in Kyiv, Ukraine. Prior to that, Ambassador Kent was the Senior Anti-Corruption Coordinator at the State Department's European Bureau. He has also served as Director for Europe and Asia in the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement. Since joining the Foreign Service in 1992, Ambassador Kent has served in U.S. diplomatic missions in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, Warsaw, Poland, Bangkok, Thailand, and Kyiv, Ukraine. Other State Department assignments include Special Assistant to the Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, Operations Center Watch Officer, and Thai Desk Officer. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for being here this morning and for being our keynote speaker. Over to you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I have another question. How many of you are Estonian? So only a couple. So of all the non-Estonians, for how many of you is this the first time you're in Estonia? Ah, almost everybody. Great. So have you learned the most important word to say in Estonian, which is hello? Tere. Tere, all right, you already know that. Good. And do you know thank you? Aitäh. Hey, so you've got the basics down. So welcome, and for good morning, it's tere hommikust. And thank you for participating in this event. Since this is your first time, July is the rainiest month in Estonia, and that's good for agriculture, and Estonians really don't mind rain in July. Last year, just to digress a little bit, there's every 5 years there's a national song and dance festival, and then in the off season in between there's a youth song and dance festival. And the song field has room for about 25 to 30,000 singers, and over 100,000 people can sit on the lawn outside. It rained for 6 hours during the entire concert, and I was there sitting on a bench in a poncho with my wife the entire time because I love music. And the next day we had our 4th of July reception, and it rained. And we were trying to get all the Estonians undercover because it was actually thundering and lightning, and they refused to go. And one of the questions was, did you attend the Song and Dance Festival? That was sort of like the standard. Was I worthy of being in Estonia? And I said, I sat there in the rain for 6 hours. And they said, great. So you know that Estonians in rain in July are the norm. So enjoy walking around Old Town and whether or not it's raining. I think we're here in part because Estonia is well known for its leading roles in digital governance and cyber defense. And I think the organizers have done an excellent job bringing you all together, along with some great experts from around the world who will be talking about digital media, content creation, and disinformation. I look forward to hearing my old friend Franak on the following panel, as well as new voices from around the world. I think the global perspectives on what is a digital global phenomenon are particularly important because platforms do vary and methods of communication vary from region to region. How many of you are outside Europe? Okay, about a quarter. For those outside Europe, do you use Telegram? A couple of you do. Okay, good. So I first started following Telegram when I was in Ukraine. Initially, it was very heavily focused on Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus as the three countries where it rapidly actually displaced most other platforms. Most Americans still haven't heard of Telegram and don't understand how important it is in the slice of the world where we have the largest ongoing war. And that's why I think this global perspectives on digital media are critical. And as we look for ways of both disseminating accurate information and affecting dialogues, but also combating disinformation, I think we can learn about what works in different parts of the world, casting a wide net for what works and what needs to be challenged. It's impossible. I think there was a reference I started 32 years ago, so I guess I'm a dinosaur in terms of information absorption. When I started as a U.S. Foreign Service officer in 1992, the classic way of both diplomats as well as, I would say, policymakers consuming information, there'd be a stack of physical papers in offices when we arrived in the morning. I would say the average Washingtonian in policy usually read at least 3 papers, Washington Post, New York Times, and depending if they were international or business focused, Wall Street Journal or the Financial Times. And there would usually be a TV with CNN or BBC running in the background. This is going to show my age, but I actually do remember when the first internet providers in the US started providing online news, and that was Prodigy and AOL. Has anyone actually in this room heard of Prodigy? Okay, some of you have. A 1980s phenomenon that rapidly flamed out. And obviously, it was not the more fully democratized and partially weaponized current reality, where it's not just the mainstream established media, but media entities, some of which emerge and rapidly become influential, individuals, but also trolls and bots. And it's no longer waiting for what's on our desk. It's what's on our phones and even on our watches. I don't have an Apple Watch. In my workspace, I'm not allowed to have any electronic device. My wife is a big fan of Apple Watches, and I have to say when we're cycling, which we actually spent a week cycling across Estonia 2 weeks ago, she got updates, whereas I had to wait to the end of the day of what was going on. My TV unplugged from, my family unplugged from TV in 2018 when we returned from Ukraine to the United States. We'd already converted our paper subscriptions to digital subscriptions, and for our family it was Washington Post, New York Times, and Boston Globe, where I'm from. And given my age, you won't be surprised that I'm active on Facebook, but not Instagram. Given my position, I'm active both consuming and posting on Twitter or X. Given my nationality and first language, I listen to National Public Radio and BBC Radio online. And given my time in Ukraine, as I mentioned, I appreciate the power of Telegram more than, I would say, at least other State Department colleagues living and working in other parts of the world. Now, as you all know, it's possible for people to post their own truths or information on platforms of their own choosing and comment on others. Each person is free to get information, not necessarily news, from a myriad of different sources. And at the same time, we're being bombarded by information being pushed into our inboxes and our timelines, oftentimes by corporate entities monetizing big data. The State Department and other government institutions oftentimes have a hard time keeping up with the newer way of doing things, although this past month the State Department became the first US government entity to have a policy on artificial intelligence. I'd like to think that here in Estonia, our embassy has been working hard to modernize and stay current while still honoring older traditions. I work with my colleagues who work with the media and public outreach to hold regular roundtables with representatives of traditional media, whether that is TV, radio, merged now, print and online, to hear their points of view and to discuss issues that we all care about. Starting last year, we also started reaching out to a particular group of online influencers. For those who follow Russia's war in Ukraine, you probably have heard of NAFO. Is that I'm just curious, for those of you here, how many of you have heard of that acronym? Okay, so a small group. It stands for the North American Fella Organization, which isn't an organization at all, and isn't only North American, although that has confused a number of people who fall victim to disinformation on the internet. It's a decentralized group of like-minded individuals, and they all are united by their dog meme, customized Shiina Inus. And honestly, I don't know how the Shiina Inu became their meme, but it has been. And many even have their own Velcro patches, military unit style, such as this one from an Estonian NAFO activist name. Her handle is Trinzu. Her first name is Trin. It's been fascinating to exchange perspectives with this group of NAFO influencers on Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, what more could be done by governments, but also crowdsourcing individuals. And a number of them are both news platform purveyors of accurate information. One, Artur Rehi, has a YouTube channel, and people follow him from around the world about what's going on in Ukraine. And I've learned a lot about this unique form of journalism activism. And individually, people like Artur or Trin rather oftentimes have more individual impact than any given policymaker or a traditional journalist. NAFO activists make no attempt to be neutral, which is usually, or traditionally, was a hallmark of traditional journalism, although that has broken down. NAFO influencers are clearly on the side of Ukraine, using their feed to raise funds, to supply equipment and supplies to Ukrainian units, and swarming the feeds of pro-Russian voices who are spouting disinformation, mocking them, and even shaming them into shutting down. Many of the NAFO influencers I've met with, these are all Ukrainian, all Estonian, have traveled to Ukraine numerous times. They bring supplies to the front lines and then bring back the stories and footage with the on-the-ground situation. The battle against Russian disinformation, not just from Russians, but non-Russians who mirror it, is never ending. But I would say activism online combining information dissemination and advocacy does raise some important information, and I'm sure are questions, and that's a part of what the next couple days will be about. When you have people who are not professional trained journalists or adhere to standards of mainstream traditional reporters, it allows for informality, partisan advocacy, speed, and oftentimes they scoop more traditional sources on information. But there's a downside. Sometimes that early harvest information turns out not to be true. And while all the NAFO activists I've met here in Estonia are genuine and honest and do what they say, there are those who engage in petty squabbles as well as scams. And I think that's always something, when you have freelancers out there on a variety of platforms, is something to be aware of. So how do we collectively come to terms with such a contradiction? That influencers using digital platforms can often be incredible tools in the fight against disinformation, affecting change, and spreading actual information that should feed into decisions by others. But if not careful, they could also be vectors in spreading bad information as well. I don't have an answer, but I think that's an important question for all of us to consider. And I presume that's some of the conversation you'll have at this forum the next 2 days in Tallinn. So in conclusion, I wish you all the best. I'll be sitting and listening to this first panel. And for those who are outside the country, first time in Estonia, I hope you enjoy walking around Old Town Tallinn. As you saw last night, we're pretty far north, 59th parallel. And the sun formally sets somewhere after 10 if it's not cloudy. It was a brilliant sunset last night if you saw it. And it's usually light until past midnight. So enjoy the so-called white nights of summer. And thank you very much for participating in the forum.
Thank you very much. Before we go to our next panel, we need to say a few words about how we are going to engage for the next 2 days and all the means that you need in order to be as active as possible. Okay. First, we have Slido. We are going to give you the QR code. We always have a QR code for something. Okay, you see about LinkedIn, we have everything. The second is the metaverse. I want you to download the spatial application. I will send in the WhatsApp all the details, how to create your avatar, how you're going to move around the space, because we have a metaverse party at the end, okay? And of course, during the breaks, I'm going to streaming from my face. Okay, so if you see me with the glasses, don't go away. Maybe we can discuss a bit in order to get some 5 minutes of super coverage in DCN's global social networks, okay? And of course, we want you to participate, to write questions, to raise your hands, and we are here to have great time.
Thank you so much, Dimitris. Good morning, everybody. I don't know about the coffee. It's a bit of a half-hearted good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ah, super. Did you know?
Maybe you need to. Can we stand up? Can we stand up? Stand up, stand up, stand up. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's break the ice a bit. I want you to sit that way, to face that wall. Come, okay? Okay. And straighten your arms and start a small massage to the guys in front of you, okay? Okay, great.
There we go.
Great. And then we will turn around, because we need to be fair. Super. Now that you are relaxed, give a huge round of applause to Ora in order to welcome our president.
Great energizer. I can see the awkward smiles. That's fantastic. Fun fact, there's 41 countries in this room. 41 countries are currently sitting in this room. We have 27 speakers and 72 participants, right? That's like 100 people. That's, like 100 people. If you include us, we're well over 100 people, right? So I think it's a beautiful thing that we're here in the rainy season, which is also the agricultural season, meaning it's the season where things grow. And as you can tell, one of the themes of this conference is growing relationships and growing the network. So it's perfect timing, right? Okay, I have the absolute honor of introducing our president of DCN Global, who will share some opening remarks and then also introduce the first panel. Please help me welcome Professor Nikos Panagiotou.
Okay, good morning. I think that we kick-started amazingly, both with ice-breaking sessions, but as well as with having such a magnificent crowd and people that are interested. So, for our event. So, I will start. Your Excellency, distinguished guest, I would like actually to welcome you to our event. It is actually my great honor and privilege to open this momentous event as a president of DCN Global, but most importantly because for us DCN highlights and it stands out as the cornerstone of our work. Before going into it, I would like actually to make an introductory presentation in order to understand what DCN is and what it stands for. DCN Global, it is a community of 18,000 members. If we can go through my presentation, thank you. So we spread across the globe, and this is actually our main strength. The fact that we are a community, but most importantly, the fact that we have a network all across the globe. Recently, we have launched the South Asian chapter. We have previously, in June, launched the Balkan Hub in Sarajevo. We have a chapter in Latin America, in Central Asia, in Europe, in Africa, literally actually covering the whole of the world. This is actually the power of our network. But most importantly, second slide, it is actually the fact that our mission, it is to create sustainable networks, networks actually that promote collaboration, but most importantly in creating resilient societies. Our main advantage is actually the competency that we have regarding digital technologies. If we can go to the second slide. I'm sorry, I forgot. So you see, I'm not that technologically savvy. I come from the same from the same paradigm as Your Excellency Ambassador. So this is actually our activities, and we have actually, and in a way it is our products. We have hubs, we organize specialized trainings, we offer media products. Among us, Your Excellency, are actually Generation Z that are covering this event, and for us, for DCN Global, it is a competency and the strategic advantage that we have developed in order actually to address a crucial importance target group. So how we end up here? From actually, as the ambassador described, on 2014, there was an idea to organize an exchange meeting in the States. The idea was actually to bring young journalists. But at that point, Vladimir Spencer, which is with us, had the idea and introduced the idea, instead of going traditionally, to switch it into digital, actually to address what was happening. So this exchange highlighted and signaled actually the start of DCN. Digital influencers, digital savvy people gathered in the States and actually created the hybrid form of DCN Global. This actually signaled the start of our story. This is actually signaled what DCN ended up to be, an organization that has its eye and works on what takes place in the world. And among our pivotal moments was this Digital Trends newsletter that has been introduced from Franak. Franak, through this actually Digital Trends newsletter, highlighted the importance of TikTok. When we highlighted the importance of TikTok, we have seen like aliens or someone that, there are some crazy tech geeks that they are there and they try to highlight the importance of technology. But as it has proven, we were right. At the same year, we have actually highlighted the importance of digital influencers. The importance actually to understand the trends that go hand in hand together with the traditional media. The importance actually to bring at the forefront voices that they were impactful, voices that they were working within their community, actually bringing a down-to-top approach. So what we did, how we capitalize all this knowledge. We have actually introduced the first mapping of digital influencers, covering and analyzing 400 influencers from 27 countries. Was it important? On 2017, yes it was. Because we actually offered a very important tool in order to be able to analyze and understand what was taking place very close to us, within our communities, within at the reach of our palm of our hand through the mobile communities. This is actually the first mapping of digital influencers that we have conducted, covering all these countries. And on 2022, we have continued and did a more specialized analysis that it is available, where we actually targeted in mapping the influencers, but those ones that are active agents in tackling disinformation or the ones that are actually disseminating disinformation. So the newest actually digital influencers analysis covered actually what we are building today, trying to understand all the digital technology that takes place around us, but most importantly, what we should know, what we should understand, in order to be able to equip ourselves with the tools and the knowledge that it is needed in order to address effectively the phenomenon. Another important pivotal moment for us that proves the capacity and the knowledge and the expertise that we have on the field was the Humans for Ukraine campaign that we have launched immediately after the Russian invasion in Ukraine. By forwarding human personal stories of our members of our community, DCN Global has proven again its capacity to be ahead of what is happening, to be able not only to describe, but most importantly, to turn it into concrete action. And this is what it characterizes our network. This is what it characterizes our community, and more specifically you. At DCN Global, we stand at the forefront of innovation, and most specifically, our mission is actually to turn visionary ideas, as I described before, into actionable strategies, moving beyond what other organizations might do. Our aim is actually to understand, explain, and turn that into specific action. But more specifically, an action that it will circulate around the globe. Through our research, through our analysis of influencing, we have actually understood and highlighted that a story that might come up in Estonia will end up in Zambia. a story that might come out of Sudan might end up in Argentina. So unless we build upon this capacity to be able to address these challenges all across the globe, we will not be able actually to be effective communicators, but most importantly, to be a community that actually stands and addresses the phenomenon. So this actually forefront marks actually what DCN stands for. And DCN stands through the realization of the potential of digital influencers, content creators that actually drive social change, inspire innovation, and more specifically bridge communities across the globe. To that end, a very recent project of ours, it is actually creating a network of Gen Zers that actually report the news, report actually on their own way, on their own language, within their community, what happens. Because we realized, and this is what we stand for, it is that we should be ahead and we should be within. And this specifically program highlights the capacity of this organization to bring together people as the ones that they are together with us, but most importantly, innovators and speakers, like the one that I would like to invite now to join me at the stage, that will share with you in these 2 days their expertise, their insights, but most importantly, their profound knowledge. So having said that, I would like to invite Franak, I would like to invite Jill, I would like to invite Rita and Karina. Please join me here for the first panel. Thank you very much. Yes, yes. No, whatever you like. And as you know, professors have a professional tendency not to leave the microphone so easy. So I will continue by actually opening up the floor and highlighting the changes that I was amazed, the changes that it has been highlighted from the ambassador, the changes that have taken place in the digital realm, and leads us actually to what is taking place now and describes actually the phenomenon of influencers. Have in mind that this panel aims actually to discuss and analyze and navigate the role of influencers and how we develop that. Let me tell you a story. Can we go to the second presentation? It has all started in my country of origin, I think, that in ancient Athens, and this is actually from one of my very favorite speeches. It is from Pericleus, it is Epitaphius, where he actually urges for citizens to take action. So influence in the ancient world has actually been something that at a place called Agora. And that influencer was actually the result of an intense and continuous debate. Then it came actually the invention of the printing press that changed and led to another form of influence that had actually the form of a top-down approach. Someone writing and delivering to someone else that it was reading, and then discussing to another one. And then it was actually the radio era. It has been realized the importance of this actually medium, and it has been used in various occasions in order actually to transmit specific messages. But most importantly, what radio had, it was the sense of life, the sense of belonging, the sense of connecting with the medium. And then we had the television era, where it became the dominant medium, because what it managed to capsulate in relation with the other media was the fact actually that it can bring you live, as Apollo 13, a pivotal moment landing in the moon. And then we have what the ambassador described begin. I was fortunate enough to be at the 90s, so it will take me ages in order to connect. That was a very characteristic image of trying to connect to the internet that actually transformed the way that we consumed information, but most importantly, giving us the seeds on how to disseminate as well. This became evident actually in the social media era. And we should stand out that after 2010, we should actually, it is like turning the page completely. It has actually overturned what we used to know. It created a new digital realm where the term of influence has taken a specific form. The form of having people that can actually transmit a message whenever, wherever, and to whoever they could. And that was the power actually of social media, the power of a community. So digital creators actually and influencers gained power in shaping opinions and trends. And more specifically, mobile technologies made actually available this type of information continuously. The boundaries between traditional journalism and digital creator has been blown forever. Remember the Arab Spring. Remember what has taken place in the civil war in Syria. Remember what it has taken place in Belarus as well. Having so many activists with the power actually of telling the story, of influencing the people, despite any prohibitions or efforts actually to silence voices. To that extent, and this comes actually from the Digital Trends newsletter, we have actually categorized the digital influencers in micro, macro, etc., based on their followers. We have actually adopted a scheme of internal and external influencers, highlighting actually this discussion that goes between and within the media, but actually in the digital communication field. And most importantly, it highlights the creation of a new public sphere. And this public sphere, actually, it is the one that it is leading the way, and my speakers of this panel will highlight it. Jill, the floor is yours. Please present yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikos. It's really an honor to be here before this esteemed group. I've really enjoyed getting to know many of you over the last few days, and I'm going to walk around a little bit. I hate being behind a podium. So before I start, I am required to tell you, especially in the presence of the ambassador, that my views are my own and do not represent those of the U.S. government, my university, the Department of Defense, or really anybody but me. So keep that in mind, because I know there are others who may. So I'm going to challenge what Nico said to start. The internet is not a public sphere. It is not like a town square where you can go in the John Stuart Million sense and speak your mind, and it's a marketplace of ideas, and others challenge you, and eventually, at least according to Mill, the truth will win. It's not like that. It might have been like that at the beginning, but it's definitely not like that now. First of all, we have platforms that moderate the content. Secondly, speech can be heard long after it is initially posted or seen for the first time. And I can go on about this for a while, but what I really want to focus on is going back to the title of this conference, The Anatomy of Influence. It really struck me because what we're seeing now is that the very architecture of the internet, the very architecture of influence, architecture of what we see online, and technological architecture in the background, which I'm less well versed in, is changing. And it is becoming really subject to great power competition, particularly two visions: the vision that the US supports, which was put forth in the UN cyber norms that the General Assembly has endorsed as well, and the vision that is being put forth by the People's Republic of China, the PRC, and other authoritarian regimes. So I'll explain what this means. Next slide, please. Or do I have a clicker? Okay, fantastic. I like to be able to do it myself. Okay, So UN cyber norms, I have them up here and you can read them, but basically there are 11 norms that states, that a UN group of governmental experts came up with and have agreed upon, and then the General Assembly ratified, or affirmed, I should say. And these are reflected in the 2022 US National Security Strategy as well, and the US says they're going to support this along with our partner and ally nations as well. So I'll let you read them up here. Do not damage critical infrastructure seems like a great idea. Respond to requests for assistance in the case of hacking or some sort of emergencies, also great idea. Privacy and human rights, also great ideas. But what do these mean, right? This means something perhaps it should mean universally in utopia land. These might mean the same things to all people, but in reality, they mean something very different in different cultural contexts. And this is really starting to play out. So the US's view in support of these is that operations in cyberspace, so that's in peacetime or in wartime, should or must respect sovereign equality and human rights, comply with sovereignty, the principle of non-interference in internal affairs, including elections, which of course is on a lot of our minds. I've gotten a lot of questions about those in the last few days. Not impinging on free expression, and of course, in the event of armed conflict, following the law of war. Right. China has a very different vision of what the internet should look like going forward. It's a quote from Xi Jinping in 2015, should be about cyber, what they call, or what has become known as cyber sovereignty. De facto, what this means is shaping the cyber environment to promote China's strategic goals. It involves tightening control over the domestic information flow to preserve power. Some of you may know about the social credit system and surveillance of citizens. Reducing vulnerabilities in critical networks, ensuring technological autonomy and dominating tech markets, and expanding Chinese influence in cyberspace and limiting US partners room for maneuver, whatever that may mean in wartime or in peacetime. This vision does not say anything about restricting surveillance. In fact, surveillance has tightened in China in recent years, and nothing about control or lack of control over its own citizens. In the UN, the PRC has put forth the idea that without naming a country, forging alliances and introducing so-called rules of engagement in cyberspace increases the risk of conflict. So this emphasis on the law of war, say that the US puts forward, in the PRC's view, influences or increases the risk of conflict. And in their own strategy, they have not put any emphasis on following the law of war. The concern, I mean, that's concerning in itself, although sovereignty being what it is, if this were only confined to China, it would be less of a concern. The major concern, in my view, is that the PRC is exporting this vision. They have developed an extensive legal framework, which I'm not going to talk about, although I'd be happy to talk your ear off about it at another time, that increases their oversight of foreign firms in the US, within China, but often US firms that have been increasingly raided in recent years. And also the legal framework allows them to surveil businesses of any kind and detain and arrest business people in China for just about any reason. State Department has put a warning on US businessmen, business people visiting China for that reason. China has also launched, often secret, we don't know everything about these because they're very secretive, technological agreements with other countries. And they've established a training center that has so far, and again, we don't fully know the numbers, but we have aware of, that's been published in the press, 81 countries and territories that they have partnerships with, 30, and we're aware of the signing of, or published in the press, that's what I mean by we, 33 cyber security cooperation memoranda. And again, it's hard to know what these contain, But the concern is intelligence sharing, and that the PRC will then have visibility into software in other countries that could impinge on privacy or give PRC-backed hackers access to them. They've also performed training for hundreds of government officials, hard to know the actual number, to promote the authoritarian surveillance model. And at least 38 countries have purchased their surveillance technologies. And some of these are on concerning topics, like this one I mentioned above, for 400 Southeast Asian officials on how to guide public opinion. And there's also been PRC control of, PRC has exerted increasing control over foreign tech firms. One example of particular concern to me is an official was, a former Zoom executive was indicted in the United States. He's still in China, so he hasn't been arrested or tried yet, but for shutting down a Zoom meeting with participants in the United States that commemorated or memorialized the Tiananmen Square massacre. And the data of those participants was then passed on by that Zoom official to the PRC government. So my question for all of you then is what is our role here? What is our role as leaders in this space in keeping a free and open internet to allow the type of dialogues and fora that we are having here? Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. I think that you highlighted crucial aspects regarding the digital sphere. We will discuss later. I do tend to adopt the notion of agora, an open public sphere, etc. But anyhow, I will pass the floor now to Karina. Karina.
So, hello everybody, good morning, and thank you for inviting me. I'm truly delighted to be here. I'm Karina Santos, I'm head of Media and Democracy at ITS, Institute for Technology and Society of Rio de Janeiro, from Brazil. ITS analyzes the legal, social, economic, and culture dimensions of technology and advocates for public policies and practice that protect freedom of expression, human rights, access to knowledge, and promote the quality of public space and the democracy. So my background is in political communication, a QR code also, so our website. My background is in political communication. I research about disinformation, electoral campaigns, and political strategies in social media. So let's start by asking ourselves, what did you want to be when you grow up? Memories, ideas. So for Generation Z, the answers is often a vlogger and a YouTuber. And this is not just in a passing trend. This is a deeply ingrained aspiration. For the US and the UK, for example, children increasingly become influencers rather than astronauts nowadays, according with the Harris Poll Institute. Similarly, Brazil, 75% of young Brazilians want to be influencers. And this shift reflects a broader phenomenon where earning a living by posting videos and creating content, it seems more attractive for young people than traditional career. And this is stimulated by success story as the Brazilian streamer Casimiro, a famous Brazilian streamer, and he started commenting on games on his small channel, and now he has earned the rights to officially broadcast World Cup matches on his channel. So during the last World Cup, his live stream was the most watched in the history of YouTube in Brazil, for example. So, but how do influencers impact democracy? So now let's consider how influencers differ from traditional media celebrities, because influencers seems more relatable and approachable to their audience. So when we see, for example, a famous actress endorsing a shampoo, we know that she's doing it because she was getting paid. But when we see an influencer recommending a shampoo on TikTok, feels more trustworthy. So, but even though we know they also might be getting paid, but influencers are perceived as people like us. But what happens when the theme changes for a more serious issue, as pandemic or election? How does these influencers' tips can impact democracy? Should they be held accountable, for example, for the content in the same way traditional media is? How can we regulate influencers? So to answer this question, we need to ask, are influencers platform workers? Platformized work is a work mediated, governed by platforms through data extraction from workers who are subject to algorithmic management. I know that at first glance seems a bit odd, because usually when we think about platform work, we think in Uber drivers, delivery workers, but they face similar challenges as the irregular payments and algorithmic management. And they face the same contradiction. They promise flexibility and autonomy, but they created a precarious working condition by moving away from traditional employment relationship and transferring risks to workers and who participate in a self-governance. So influencers created content can be classified as a platform work, specifically as cultural workers in the platform economy. But when do the individuals become enterprises? So influence is not just about individuals anymore. It's also about business. We have many influencers have become enterprises with teams behind them, investments, profit. So business and profit logic shapes their work and shapes their content also. But what are the rights and the responsibility of these companies in the information ecosystem? So, because regardless of the level and the type of influencers, all they operate in the context of platformization of public sphere. It's not just about platformization of work, it's the platformization of all the public debates. So they need to follow the rules of algorithm, which defines users' preference, visibility fields, and which content reach the audience. So, and this network logic demands increasingly to this professional create more content. So nowadays, to expand their work and to achieve online omnipresence, they need to be more than YouTubers and influencers. They need to be multi-platform influencers. But there is a special pressing issue, is that what the roles algorithm play in amplify harmful content, because we know that the algorithm promotes the content engagement with the content that promotes high engagement. But this content usually use harmful and controversial material. So as influencers observe that certain types of harmful and misleading contents are promoted by algorithm, they may begin to produce more content in that vein and leading a vicious cycle. So using intolerance as a visibility strategy, hate and polemic as a visibility strategy. And this can have serious implications for our democracy. So how can we ensure responsible content creation? So to do this, we have to consider the professional nature of influencers and the significant impact they have. So this requires developing effective regulation that holds influencers accountable while promotes ethical standards, because by fostering transparency and establishing clear guidelines, we can ensure and support the digital environment that we want. So to conclude, I only wanted to highlight this framework. This is a good framework to think in multi-sector strategies and multi-strategies to face their challenges of hate speech and disinformation. So we need a regulation, not only regulation by law, but other ways of regulating cyberspace as proposed by Lessig. So regulation by technology. So think about code, algorithmic transparency, human-centered design, regulation by social norms, promoting media education, media literacy, include media literacy for influencers, and economy, demonetizing harmful content, use follow the money strategies to combat fights against disinformation. So I think a lot in Brazil in initiatives with these 4 areas, and I would like to share more about these ideas and these initiatives in overcoming in our discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karina. Karina highlighted the work that they are doing in Brazil, but also highlighted the importance of digital influencers, both from the perspective of what it means, responsible, etc., but also for the need actually to regulate the field, as actually Jill highlighted in her introductory comment. Now we'll pass the floor to Rita Santos. Rita has worked a lot in the field of digital realm and peace building. The floor is yours, Rita.
Thank you. Hola, hi everyone. I don't have a presentation, so I don't have a reason to stand up. But you can look at me. Is it okay if I remain seated? Does everyone in the back hear me and see? Perfect. Okay. Hi again. Very nice to be here. Thank you all for, well, sitting here and listening to me. And thank you, DCN and We're Learning, for inviting us today. I like that all of us bring something else, something different to this panel. And what I will talk about today is a bit, if you will, we can take a step back and think if influence is what has an effect on something and influencers affect what we see, what influences the fact that we see the influencers that give us the content that we see? So what is behind the content that we see online? I think Karina just pointed at this, so I'm gonna put a bit of emphasis on that. Before I do that, they did say work on digital peace building. Do you know what that means? Can you raise your hand if you know what digital peace building entails?
Does this include us as well in the panel?
Yeah, it includes you in the panel. So it's Nikos and one more person, lovely, and 2 more people. So maybe let me say something about that before. Also around 2014, 2015, we started to see that there were other things that influenced conflict that were new. We started to have debates online and things that happen outside of the offline realm, and that had an influence on violence and conflict. And so we thought, if that is influence and conflict, why is no one peace building in the internet? Why is no one going to the spaces where people are fighting, when people are talking about things? And so we moved there. And the work that we do at Build Up, which is where I work, is twofold. In one way, we bring peace-building traditional values into the digital space. So we work around disinformation, hate speech, and do interventions that target that to depolarize conversations. And on the other hand, we bring digital tools into traditional peace-building processes. So we get digital tools to make consultations more participatory, more inclusive, and get more voices, or mobilize other people that usually are not reached. Now let's move into the topic of this panel. Hopefully this gave a bit of an introduction. So as I was saying before, I think it's interesting to go beyond what we see, but why is it that we see what we see? How do we get to see those things, right? Because you enter your platforms and you already have certain reels, certain posts that you see. But how did those get there? All of that has to do with the algorithms that we see. Most platforms, Meta platforms, X, and all others, use a type of algorithm called recommender algorithms. What recommender algorithms do is that you see the type of content that you most usually interact with. So, for example, if you go to Instagram and you often like posts that have to do with cats and cakes, I don't know, baking, it is possible that the more shares and likes that you make on those posts, the more cats and the more cake reels you will get, right? I think most of us have, we go to our For Us pages, For You page, and we see most of kind of the same content. That is because of recommender algorithms. That means that when we are in our bedrooms, in the street, in the metro, sitting down, the reels that we see are coded by the algorithms that are behind it. Great. What does that mean? That social media platforms are at odds with peace building. Because as Karina mentioned, most of the times, the content that we will get is the content that maximizes engagement, is the content that makes us stay the most in our platforms, is the content that we kind of feel uncomfortable with, or the content that we agree a lot with. What does that create? Polarization, right? So the more content we have, we create this in-groups of agreement, and the content that we see usually will not be shared with people that disagree with us, which means that we create smaller groups that polarize social media, and in the end also polarize us offline. That's why after like a bit of research, we're kind of thinking about polarization or online divides as a negative externality of platform design. What does that mean? Let's think about capitalism, big words. But if we think about capitalism, and now we talk about CO2 emissions, we consider CO2 emissions as a negative externality of capitalism. If we want to produce chairs and tables, the aim of those factories is not to pollute, is to give us chairs and tables. But what happens? They pollute. Platform design, how it is today, kind of does the same. The aim of the internet was not to polarize us, was to connect us. But the way that the algorithms are designed today, based on this recommender system, based on shares and likes, maximizing engagement, and creating profit for the platforms, which is very important, creates the negative externality of polarization. Okay, so when we think about this, often we have realized that polarization doesn't really happen in the posts also, but it happens in the interactions, and it happens in the comments. It happens where the debate takes place, not just in the content we see, because that is influenced by those algorithms. So that being said, there are ways forward of ways that we can recodify those algorithms, like algorithm transparency, or different types of codes that we can create that will make dialogue in public spaces much more healthy. And I am a firm believer that polarization is not necessarily a bad thing. I think having dialogue and having debate is important, but that should never lead to violence, either like physical or, I don't know, like manipulative mind violence. So to finish this, I wanted to give like 3 different things that we are doing, but I think that just can be done in general when we are talking about how do we move forward from here. One of them is the project we're doing on measuring a polarization footprint. So we are measuring right now in Kenya, quantifying the divide that comes from this algorithmic tendencies. And therefore we can put a bit of pressure and lobby governments and platforms to change the way that they code and that they set their platforms, that they do platform design. Then we have another, which is actually just changing how platform designs are built by, for example, instead of using recommender algorithms, using bridge building algorithms. There are already some platforms that do this, for example, one called Sparkable, a Swiss platform. And what it does basically, bridge building means that it shares the content, the same content among people that disagree with each other usually. So it doesn't necessarily reinforce, but for example, if Karina and I have a different point of view, and usually she only looks at baking and I look at like cats, it will happen that once in a while she will get a cat reel and I will get a baking reel. And the way that then I interact with that will show us where we agree or disagree, but it will bring a point of contact between the two of us, which right now happens less and less every time. And finally, all of that is very technical, very back-end, very coding. But there's also the possibility of working with influencers to depolarize these spaces from nothing ever happens just with one action, right? And so we have this measuring the polarization, we have the idea of going back to the technical, and then we have the idea of the people that are at the front, the people that are constantly interacting with that content. So what does that mean? Usually we also believe that it's not just one individual influencer, but it's a collective of influencers. So it's great to have many here, and it's great to know that there are other people that are also grouping those influencers that then in concert and together can work in the comment section towards that idea of depolarizing the content in a unified manner. I hope this made sense, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you. Very important insights, Rita. Very important. Now, I don't know how to present Franak. He's an influencer. He's an analyst. He's an activist. But beyond all, it's a friend and someone that actually has been part of the soul of DCN. Franak, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nikos. Hi, everyone. Great to see so many friends from different generations of DCN from different parts of the globe. And very happy to see Ambassador Kent, who is a big friend of all democracy fighters. And of course, the team of DCN and the distinguished speakers. Nikos started, showing us the picture of the Greek democracy. So we can say that Estonia, where we are right now, is the cradle, and Greece cradle of democracy, and Estonia is a cradle of digital democracy, e-governance, and many tools we are using right now, and which launched the new era in technologies actually were born here. For example, Skype, 21 years ago was launched here. However, Swedish and Danish also claim they invented Skype, but Estonians were the first who claimed it. And Skype actually opened the new era of communications for many people who were deprived of possibility, who were in exile, for example. They became more powerful in delivering their message, but also to communicate to people in their countries. We in Belarus, we are fighting the bad guy for 30 years already. And Skype and then many other technologies became our only tools to change the situation. And the Telegram, which was mentioned already today, in 2020, 4 years ago, played this very significant role in uniting people, but also in mobilizing the protest. And without these technologies which were not created to organize the protests and help freedom fighters, they basically made dictators weakened. However, after some time, dictators also learned how to use these technologies, and Telegram, which we actively used to dismantle the regime, now they are used by dictator to trace opponents, to put them in prison, to find the connections, and now it's the competition between dictators and democracy fighters who will use technologies more efficiently. And dictators, they have resources and they have influence, administrative influence on tech companies. But we, as pro-freedom fighters, activists, digital creators, we have creativity, which usually dictators don't have. And what we have to do, we have to be very flexible and adaptive to constantly changing the world of technologies. That's the only way to weaken the regime, dictatorships, and all these bad guys in different parts of the world trying to use technologies against us. About the influence. Influence and primarily for in dictatorial countries, the main goal of the regimes is to establish, to settle the narrative. I would refer to some films, American movies. There is a very nice TV show, Silo. I don't know who watched it, Silo, Bunker. Oh, Dimitris, the only, of course. I think you watched it with your beautiful glasses, of course, yes. This is a very nice show, just showing people living in a bunker underground for many, many years, and after some time, they already forgot why they live in the bunker. And the narrative, which is settled by some administration in this bunker, is to show that it's good that you live in bunker, don't ask questions why you live in bunker, and this is what's happening in dictatorial regimes very often after some time. And longer you live under specific narrative or under specific regime, it's more and more difficult to get you out of there. There is another film which also can be useful to understand. It's Goodbye Lenin. Who watched it? Oh, much more. Super, super. Goodbye Lenin, it's also about the narratives and narrative creation. You know the story, then I will not explain, but this is something what happened in Belarus. Basically, Lukashenko was trying to control the narrative, but technologies he used, it was old school ones. Traditional TV, traditional newspaper, and basically he was keeping people living in this past where people were explained this is the best way of life, the best choice, there is no alternative. But this approach became inefficient when social media came. Basically 10, 15 years ago when Facebook, then Instagram, then TikTok came, it was impossible anymore to control people by showing them the same narrative through the TV because people saw alternative. It took some time for people to understand that there is another life. There is another realm, another reality they can be also part of. And in 2020 in Belarus, let's say 10 years after technology came and broke this Goodbye Lenin format of relationship between government and the people, it sparked the revolution. So our goal of freedom fighters, goal of digital creators, influencers, just to not allow the regimes, dictators, to control the narrative, to set up the narrative, always to challenge the reality, the information, especially propaganda. Our goal is to engage tech companies, to embrace technologies, apps, when they appear first. Because when we spoke about TikTok, actually in 2017 and 18, it was much earlier, before it came to Europe and the United States, when we found out it will be a big deal, to embrace them first. Because just to stop technologies, it's impossible. It's even the block, the ban, it doesn't help. And we see what happens in Russia, in Iran, in many countries, even in China, people still manage to get access to technologies no matter how you try to ban it. The question is who will embrace them first and who will use them most efficiently. And in case of restrictive environments like Belarus, like many other countries, many of you are not from democratic countries. It's important to be flexible and dynamic. Also to try to engage companies themselves. This is what we try right now in Belarus. We try to engage American tech companies like Alphabet, Google, like Meta, Facebook. We try with TikTok, which is quite challenging in terms of engaging them in the pro-democracy work. But I think we must create the incentive for these companies to work with democrats, because the incentive to work with dictators is clear. It's the resources, money. Putin can put millions of euros in advertisement. Lukashenko's KGB is advertising confessional videos recorded in the torture chambers, advertised on YouTube, and YouTube is taking this money, because it's resources. What we can do as freedom fighters, as influencers, to show that to work with pro-democracy movements, to work with freedom fighters, with those who spread the truth, it also gives you points, credits, benefits, first of all, reputational. And I think this is what DCN is about. It's about connecting the dots, about connecting influencers, content creators, tech companies, journalists, all the people, who are activists, professors, diplomats, just to work together, because it's impossible to win this war, the war against dictators, disinformation, and propaganda alone. It needs the combination of knowledge, experiences, and skills that we all share here in this fantastic mixed group of professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Franak. And now the time is for you, actually. Please join and use Slido. Slido is a very useful tool, and we're going to use it a lot these 2 days. So use the password DCN Global in order to post your questions. The format that we choose is not a typical conference format that the panel says something and you listen. It is actually an invitation for you to participate. We do not consider, that's why we avoid using the word of audience. We use the word of participants, because this is kind of an invitation for you to join us and share your experiences, your thoughts, your research, your projects, whatever. So please use the Slido, not only for this panel, but also for the other speakers, for the other panels, in order actually to format actually this kind of a discussion that will go through us. So we'll start by asking a question that addresses all of you. if you would actually highlight the key factors that have driven the evolution of influence in the digital age, in 2 words, which one that would be? Franak, we start from you.
I think self-organization of the people. This is something which is important, to embrace technologies. Just to explain, that administrative apparatus, in 2 words, it's impossible.
Even more.
I think what's important, cost of entry is low. It's much cheaper to create your own media outlet or blog or whatever than it was before. That was mentioned by Nikos or by Ambassador Kent, to enter the sphere, but also there is much bigger competition. Second, it allows people to self-organize, which was impossible before. You need, the permission, the licenses, etc. Now you can enter the digital world, create your own source of influence. And of course, variety. Third, it's a variety, diversity of the space where you can choose and target specific groups, which was not possible before. When Ambassador Kent was mentioned in New York Times and Washington Post, they were targeting all the groups. And basically the problem was on which page you have to put the content for home, for housewives, for professionals, for Congress people. Now it's very easy to target, and I think this is what decide and drive the influence infrastructure online.
Thank you, Jim.
I'm going to say. I'm going to say platforms, first of all, which really shape, of course, what we see, but also enable the creation of echo chambers. So it also shapes what we don't see. And I think Rita, talked about that in detail in terms of the way that our likes and comments influence really what we see next. So that has, I think, shaped the information environment in ways that sometimes we don't think about and certainly weren't aware of when it first started happening. I think most people are now, but it makes it less free, less of a public square, I'll say. And then secondly, governments, going back to my presentation. So what you see if you're in the United States or in Estonia is going to necessarily look very different than what you see if you're in China or in Belarus or in Russia. And Bill Clinton famously said in 1994, for those countries trying to control the internet, good luck, right? That it was going to lead to great democratization and freedom everywhere. And it hasn't quite worked out that way, because it turns out that repressive states have been very good at repression and repression of speech and controlling the internet and what their own citizens can see as well.
Thank you, Rita.
Yes. I think I would say interdependence, as in there's no, sometimes even I think making the separation between offline and online seems superfluous at this point. I think our lives are a hybrid connection of the two. We are dependent on the information we get now and at the same time on the one we're getting through our phones at the same time. So I think that dependence that we have on actually the two realms, if you will, has shaped a lot of the influence of both digital and non-digital content, but how that impacts us as people. Yeah, I think that's my word.
Oh, I think I would talk about democratization of information, of communication. So internet amplify voices and bring other different voices for the public debate. And maybe in the other hands, the weaponization of political communication. So now we saw many practices of use technology for bad practices. For example, inauthentic behaviors, use for bots, who use for do attacks. So I think this is both sides.
Sorry, just a quick add to the interdependence. I think that it's also before we saw the chronology, right, of how digital technologies have evolved. I also think it's important to keep in mind that I think that more than moving from one to the other, we just accumulate. So actually right now we have radio and TV and the internet and social media and AI and whatever comes next. So the interaction between all of that is actually what also creates the information ecosystem and digital space.
Yes. So there are a lot of questions. You will allow me actually to moderate it. So I'm going to share the questions. I will start by Franak. Franak, because we discussed about TikTok, etc. And you mentioned about banning. What do you think about EU TikTok ban, or that was the question also in the States as well? Should it be banned, whether and how, or not?
In case of Ukraine, for example, the banning of Russian media platforms worked well, and Russian penetration into Ukrainian media space is very low. Same, the bans across the EU of different Russian media channels helped a lot to minimize the impact of this. Speaking about TikTok, it's hard to say what will be the impact in general, because it's a huge audience. We speak about billion of people using TikTok, both sides of the Atlantic. So definitely either new technology will come or Chinese will come with another option. But of course it is a temporary decision, but it doesn't solve entirely the problem of disinformation. We see many new platforms that are coming. We see also how both Chinese but also dictators are using the spheres we are not efficient on, like gaming, for example. There are many places like platforms which we always saw as purely gaming things, like Roblox, the platform, which is huge deal. Started 10 years ago, no one paid attention, but now it's also billions of people, where Russians and Chinese are working sometimes even more efficiently than on TikTok. But since we are distracted by TikTok, we are forgetting about everything else, what's happening. So I think this is the mistake when we are focused only on one thing. And sometimes I see that this TikTok become the buzzword. Everyone is speaking about it. If we ban it, all problems will be solved. No, it doesn't work like this. When we speak about Russians, they are very diversified. They create many things. They invest in many startups, trying to see what will go, what will run, what will fly, and what doesn't. And we just don't have, I think, enough speed, to control everything. What we can do, we can create our own, develop our own platforms, and to empower ordinary people. Creation from the top doesn't work, only if people are self-organized. What we have to do, create incentive for people to self-organize, and ask platforms to be supportive.
Thank you. Jill, do you think that, continuing this discussion, do you think that banning TikTok contradicts with our liberal values, human rights and diversity?
Simple answer is no. We're taking away, if the US, if any other nation bans TikTok, what we're taking away is a platform. We are not taking away the ability to express human rights online. We're not taking away the ability to engage in political activism. Just looking at the question here, we're not doing something that is contrary to liberal values. What we are doing is taking away a particular platform that is has the potential to be weaponized in order to influence Americans or other countries. But I'm thinking about the TikTok ban certainly going on in possible progress in mine, affecting Americans' views and being used to subvert our own democratic processes and values.
Thank you. I'm going to go now to Rita. Rita, there are two questions for you. One about if we are cases where digital techniques have been successful regarding peace building. Thank you. And the other one about the methodology of measuring polarization.
Okay, thanks for the questions. Maybe I'll answer first the one on the methodology, just because it's shorter. I can't fully disclose yet the methodology because we're going to start in September, October. So it's not like it's defined, but it's in process. But I can say a bit about what we're going to be looking at in order to understand what we mean by polarization in terms of measuring that. So I actually have a list. So thanks for the question because I had it prepared. I think we do a lot of social media listening and analysis, which ultimately means mapping like which actors and which narratives are the ones that mostly polarize online. So there are certain ways in which we can see through analysis the fact that polarization occurs, that there's online divides. So some of them are, for example, like behavioral polarization. That means the move from issue-based polarization to affective polarization. Issue-based means we disagree on a topic. Affective polarizations means this us versus them dynamic that occurs when no matter what you say, if you're from this particular group, I will just disagree with you because you are from this particular group. So measuring the move from issue-based polarization to affective polarization is one of the things that we can measure. Then there's also like network segregation, right? Like this, like in groups that are transformed. So we through network graphs and like mappings, we can see actually how those transform. Network graphs are actually very beautiful if you've never seen one. Then we also have like the change in norms responding to in-groups or out-groups. Does the vocabulary change? Do we see more or less interaction, less likes, more likes on like types of accounts that usually don't meet each other? Or actually do we see that the same accounts and like constantly meet each other all the time? We can also, for example, check like dehumanizing language, hate speech. I think this is one that is like quite generalizable around digital conflict. And then there's also one that I find interesting is when you measure the change in perception of stereotypes. So do people contradict stereotypes or do people stop doing that? Like throughout all these different things, we can, through analysis, end up in a quantification process. And the way we do it is basically checking what people see in their feeds, actually, and not just randomizing what we think the accounts or the narratives that people will see. That is one. And then the second one, on examples around digital peace building.
Yes,
so I can talk about one of the projects that I do right now. It's in Guinea-Bissau, so in Western Africa. We work a lot with something we call peace innovators, which ultimately are people that in their communities are already doing some work that aims to work towards peace building or conflict resolution. And we try to there's this process of mentorship to see what digital tools can be used in order to mobilize more people, include more voices, right? Like mediate between different groups. And so there what we did is this organization in Guinea-Bissau already had a project that had to do with conflict mapping. So what they wanted to do was see what conflicts happen in which communities and who is involved. And then they wanted to bring those that mapping to the authorities. The issue was that actually only a few people that were reporting those conflicts got data on what was happening. So huge parts of those communities didn't have a say on the conflicts that were happening or on what they would want to happen in their communities to solve them. So what we did was we had a workshop and we talked about what digital tools could be used in order to include all those people that are not part of that conversation to have a say on what they want to be changed in their communities and bring that to the authorities. What we did was create a WhatsApp bot. We created a chat bot that kind of took the conflict mapping and put it in nice videos and like passed on the data. So 6 conflicts around this. Usually authorities are not involved. It happens in the periphery. It involves youth and women. And all of the data we put on a WhatsApp chatbot, and then we used a deliberative technology called Polis, which aims to create opinion groups. And then people could I called it the professor bots because it taught you all of that data. And then you could, through Polis, you could say back. Like the question in Polis was, what would you like to change? What do you think the authorities can do to impart this change in your community? And then people would type, and that would create opinion groups. And then all of that data we brought to the authorities. In that sense, it's not immediate peace, but I also believe that those kind of local and step-to-step are the ones that end up moving up, like as we were talking about, bottom up.
It is actually opening up the space to other voices. Karina, so we move to you. There is the question, can you give us a specific example of your studies that you did regarding what was the process, what are the results, and what are the challenges that you faced when you did this influencers mapping?
Oh, thank you. So in Brazil, we created the Amazonometer. It's as a dashboard that's monitoring the public debates about Amazon and the environment. So, and this dashboard was created to help climate organizations to understand the strategies in digital environments, because they nowadays they don't have all the abilities and digital abilities to understand the challenges and to do impactful narratives, impactful communication. So we created technology to help us to monitoring the public debate, so disinformation and things like that. And we capacitated them, climate organization activists, to understand and to create different narratives to be able to face the anti-climate agenda. So I think the idea of capacitation is a good idea, and ITS incubated also a project, a media literacy project called Redes Cordiais. It's a cordial network that capacitates influencers to check facts, capacitate in non-violent communication. So how can influencers can be the leaders of the digital environment that we want? So, and we capacitate different kinds of influencers, like beauty influencers, influencers of comedy, not only political influencers, because all the influencers face the same challenge with disinformation, different content. So I think media literacy and media literacy for influencers, and teach about abilities of data analysis, is a good path for improve the communication in the digital environments. Good cases.
Thank you, Karina. We have exactly 5 minutes because this is our goal, to be exactly on time. So I will go through the final 2 questions. Firstly, what we can learn from the Ukrainian response to Russian influence ops. This for you, Franak and Jill. And about the ways to prepare Gen Z or even Alpha, it is for Rita and Karina. Franak. 5 minutes, so 2.5, 2.5.
Yeah, as I mentioned already, Ukrainians did a great job in banning Russian propaganda, TV channels, media, and also influencers, because this is what Russians are doing in Belarus right now, and no one is stopping them. Russian centers, they just like pouring media space with money. They given, small, like 500 euros, 1,000 euros, to small bloggers, TikTok creators from 15 to 20 years old, just for creating, the right narrative, and basically shaping and seeding this anti-Ukrainian, anti-Western moods. Ukrainians did a great job. That was number one. Second, they created they mobilized the civil society. Civil society is the driving force of resistance, especially in the information space. They did it even before, when the war started 2014, now they continue, and what they do is fantastic. All these Twitter accounts, all this humor, satire, it's very often driven by people, not by government, and this makes it so effective. A lot of visual content created, not only YouTube, but also films, movies, the spark of arts about the war, also to inspire Ukrainians, but also to counter Russian propaganda, because Russia invested a lot in all this militarization. So I know that I'm too long. So Ukrainians did a great job. All of us have to help Ukrainians to win this war, and I think we can learn a lot from what Ukrainians are doing.
The Ukrainians did a really great job getting ahead of the Russian narratives. They were ready, and they were able to create and put their own narrative out there. They also did a great job forming alliances and partnerships, leveraging the alliances and partnerships that they already had in order to be able to influence and control some of Russian communication. So the bans on RT, for example, happened in a lot of countries all over the world around the same time toward the beginning of the war, and that is really because of Ukraine's strength with its alliances and partnerships. That being said, I think I don't want to end on a down note, but we would be remiss in remembering that they didn't win everywhere. There's a big narrative. Ukraine's done a great job with its narrative that Ukraine won the information war, but they didn't win it everywhere. There are countries in the world, regions of the world, where RT is still active, where Russia's narrative is winning. We've seen South Africa, for example, come out and support the Russia in the UN, and their narrative is really dominant in the media there. There are other places in the world. I'm not going to name names without my notes in front of me because I don't want to throw anybody under the bus. But it's important to remember that Russia is playing the long game and sowing the seeds for whatever's next, and winning the narrative in some places as well.
Thank you. Rita and Karina for the Gen Z and Gen A.
I think that media literacy is the most important path, because it's important to understand, for example, in Brazil, if you search on Google, for example, about feminism, the far-right producer now pay for keywords in Google Ads for staying the top, explaining about what is the feminism or other topic agenda, left-wing agenda. So we need to invest on education because of that, because it's not only about algorithms, about all the themes are in discussion. And so this weaponization of information, of communication, we need to face this with these strategies, and I think to use the good side of technology, for example. So talking about civil engagement, so empowering voices for public participation. So now in Brazil, we are leading a public consultation about AI regulation using civic techs. So promoting the good options and good opportunities of technology. It's a good way to empower young people and generate it to create this ownership of technology. I think it's the one path.
Yes, I think that we don't really have to prepare Gen Z for social media consumption. I think that they were born with social media consumption, which I think literacy, I was also going to say the same, but I think it just looks a bit different than the literacy when we talk about older generations, because when we talk about media literacy for older generations or literacy of the digital space, we think about how to use it, where to go, you cannot post certain pictures, things like this. And I think that for Gen Z or Alpha, which I don't know what it is, next generation, what that means is something a bit different, because the contrast doesn't exist. And so it's how do you exist in that world that is completely digital? And I think that part of it, when we talk about Gen Z influencers in specific, is this idea of maybe collectivizing action, not doing things by yourself. And we have a project in the Netherlands right now that is about combating anti-racism in the comments. And it has been so wonderful to see influencers come together to do that together and not by themselves. And the idea that then that just creates a healthier, safe space for all.
Thank you. Thank you. And one question for me. I will just briefly address a question regarding dictatorships, entrepreneurial, and cooking, etc. I would just say that we have a very concrete example of using Minecraft actually as a way to bypass dictatorships and controls, and creating actually libraries and spaces where people can get access to free information. But for this and global, the discussion does not end up in panel, as I have mentioned before. We do have the WhatsApp groups where all these questions will be posted so we can continue the discussion. It is this and global Tallinn participants. So have in mind that these questions will be uploaded there, and then the speakers will continue to respond to these questions. Because the main aim of this event is actually to generate discussion, that it will be actually turned into concrete action. Thank you very much of all the panelists for contributing in a very lively discussion. And now it's the time for coffee break. The sun is shining, so thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. How was the tea and coffee? Was it good? Yeah? Okay. Welcome back to our online participants. I feel so rude because we didn't greet you. For those of you who don't know, we have participants streaming with us online. In Helsinki, we had well over 500 people join us for our sessions. So please allow me to address our audience online. Thank you so much for joining us. You are a part of this entire conference, and so we also want to hear from you. Please also participate on Slido. Slido is our platform where you can ask questions. I'm sure you saw in the last panel, so please, if you're online and you're watching, it's www.slido.com, and that way you can also participate from wherever you are in the world. Please also in the comment section, please comment which country you're watching from, because we'd love to know where you're coming from, because it's 41 in the room, but it could be a couple hundred online, so that'll be fantastic. Carrying on with our program, we're running on time, which is fantastic, and we have a keynote address coming from Dr. Jiang Wang, who's talking on countering disinformation and aggression through public diplomacy. The good doctor is director of the Center on Public Diplomacy and associate professor at the Annenberg School for Communication and Journalism at the University of Southern California, all the way from the United States. So a warm round of applause for Dr. Jiang Wang.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It is a real pleasure to be here with you, a very distinguished group of professional communicators. And each of you plays a very important role in shaping public discourse. Today, I'm going to talk about this topic of misinformation and disinformation that's incredibly relevant to all of us. And I am going to be an intellectual middle person, or middleman per se, in this particular presentation, sharing some of the key research findings as regards to this issue of misinformation and disinformation. We've already heard from some of the practices from the previous speakers, and I would like to provide as concise an overview as possible in the next 20 minutes so that you can take away from this discussion at least some of the highlights from the research thus far on this topic. And also, we can discuss as well the research regarding how to counter disinformation. My work is primarily focused on public diplomacy, and that is informing and influencing publics about foreign affairs through open communications. So today, the misinformation, disinformation discussion that we'll be having will be on a political misinformation. So misinformation encompasses a broad range of communication behaviors. I'm going to stick to the script as close as possible because we're talking about research. I want to be as precise, and also, as I said, I want to be as concise as possible to make the best of the time that we have. And we oftentimes use misinformation, disinformation in popular discourse interchangeably, often overlapping with fake news, rumors, conspiracy theories, and so on and so forth. Research in this field has started to focus on different types of bad information in our information environment. This may include, for instance, misleading information that feels true, right? Systematic lies, false information, or persuasive misinformation that was used only occasionally, opportunistically, or shock and chaos content aiming at confusing the public, thereby impairing their ability to evaluate the veracity of information. So the research has looked into different types of false information or bad information in our environment to look at the mechanisms of their spreading, and also, most importantly, is the motivations behind not only the spreader, but also the motivations on the part of the individuals and people. So hence, in general, the way we define misinformation and disinformation is that misinformation we define as people holding incorrect factual beliefs confidently, while disinformation refers to false and misleading information deliberately spread to influence public opinion for political gain. In this discussion, I'm going to use primarily misinformation because at the end of the day, it is about the people. it is about the people, why people hold incorrect factual beliefs, right? And they may encounter, they may be exposed to false information, but what kind of effect on them through the research? What can we say about the impacts? It's still undergoing. That we have some research, it's inconclusive. So the abundance of inaccurate, false, and misleading information is, of course, nothing new. As the previous speakers have already noted that, with the rise of social media and AI, the speed and the scale at which false information spreads are unprecedented. And especially, I guess, in our times, amidst these profound societal shifts in demographics, in geopolitics, and in technological advances. And for some people, these changes are far too exacting, exhausting, and incomprehensible, and thereby often very terrifying. Misinformation, and specifically people's relationship with misinformation, has become a prevalent concern for policymakers, but also for academics these days. Despite growing academic interest and attention to the problem, whether and how people are exposed to false information and what the long-term consequences of exposure might be, remains to be investigated. So first, let's talk about what are some of the premises that we have about misinformation. So there are several foundational beliefs, several foundational premises regarding in the discourse of misinformation. One of which is that we presume that consumption of bad information causes negative changes to a person's beliefs and behaviors, much like smoking causes lung cancer, right? And it also presumes that the public can be easily manipulated and persuaded. And furthermore, in our times, digital and social platforms have profound influence on their audiences with sophisticated algorithms conjuring up the image of almost like mind control. Another foundational premise in this line of discourse is that our fellow citizens are more prone to be manipulated or contaminated by bad information than ourselves, which is the so-called third-person effect in psychology. There is a general consensus that misinformation has negative effects on individuals and society. But is misinformation a cause of people's problematic beliefs and behaviors, or is it symptomatic of deeper issues? So those premises, as I laid out, are valid at times and may not be as valid at other times as we look at the research, what the research has shown us. So what does the research say about misinformation, the misinformation phenomena? So let's break it down. First, look at the psychological tricks of misinformation, mainly in three respects. The first is the so-called confirmation bias. So people are more likely to believe and share information that confirms their pre-existing beliefs. This impulse to fit in and to belong becomes ever more prevalent in times of fast-moving changes and disruptions. Whether the information is factual or not is of secondary concern, and or sometimes doesn't even matter. Right? And so this makes it very tough to correct false information, and research has found that people sometimes cling even more to false beliefs when presented with facts, known as the backfire effects that we have seen in research. The second psychological trick that we are seeing as regards to misinformation is what we call motivated reasoning. So people often process information in a way that aligns their own goals and desired outcomes. This means that they may stick to false beliefs if those beliefs are consistent with their prior attitudes or affiliations. Essentially, people prioritize the so-called directional goals over accuracy goals, reflecting a long-standing understanding of how people deal with cognitive dissonance. You may have heard of that concept from decades ago. So the third psychological trick, the aspect, is cognitive overload. We are swarmed with information and often rely on shortcuts to make sense of it. This can allow false information to slip through without much scrutiny. It can also incentivize people to seek simpler, less nuanced answers to very complex issues. So how does misinformation get spread? So our research has shown that there are these how misinformation gets viral. So false information or false news seems to spread faster and wider than true news on social media. And the novelty and emotional charge of false stories grab our attention more effectively, such as anger, anxiety, and disgust. And there's also the network dynamics. Misinformation often spread in everyday life through social connections and echo chambers, where people only interact with those who share their views. This is likely to reinforce false beliefs and make them even harder to correct. So a little bit on the spreader side. So what are the motivations behind misinformation or disinformation? So misinformation is spread for several reasons. Of course, there's the reason of political gain. Misinformation is often used to sway political outcomes. During election, false information can be spread to discredit opponents or manipulate public opinion. But there's also the business incentive. I think earlier speakers have also talked about that on the influence industry. Sometimes fake news, fake stories can be very profitable. Websites that generate sensationalist false stories can attract significant revenue through clicks and shares. Research has also found that economic incentives for creating and spreading fake news can be substantial. So this reminds me of, actually in it's 1835 or around that time, there was this the newspaper New York Sun, right, published a series of stories, fake stories, about the moon, what people find live on the moon, and purely in those age was to drive sales, and it was very successful during the age of penny press and sensational journalism, and we're certainly seeing that as well playing out in our current information system. And also, there's the social influence incentive. Some individuals spread misinformation to gain social status or influence within a community. Sharing information that resonates with a particular audience can boost their credibility and social standing. So given the evolving conceptual and methodological standards in this field, research on the impacts of misinformation remains inconclusive. So we will talk about this. The media likes to talk about the bad impact of misinformation. As far as our research, what the research that we are seeing, that it's still inconclusive. For instance, a series of studies through the collaboration between Meta and a group of social scientists examined social media's polarizing effects using the 2020 US presidential election as a case in point. What they found that individuals tend to align their social media attention with their interests. It's not the other way around, right? So their attention follows their interest. As a result, it leads to the furthering of ideological segregation. And most misinformation in that particular case exists with a certain type of grouping. It's more the homogeneously conservative groups. While reshares may amplify political news, they do not affect beliefs or opinions. Okay. And the chronological feed, which we debated a lot, like we are pointing fingers at, right? The feeds that people get. And the chronological feed did not affect the degree of issue polarization or political knowledge or political attitudes. So this series of studies, I encourage you to take a look at them, also published in the magazine Nature. It's very comprehensive, using multi-methods, very rigorous. You may say that, it's part of the partnership with Team Meta, which is important because our researchers have access to the data. And so it's one of the most comprehensive studies that we have seen on the effects of social media on political attitudes, on polarization. So the pervasiveness of information largely depends on the context. The context such as social, cultural, historical, and political. Considering the case of the 2016 US presidential election, disinformation campaigns targeted specific demographic groups with tailored messages. False information about voting procedures was spread among minority groups, capitalizing on historical distrust in the electoral system. This disinformation was particularly persuasive in the context because it exploited existing social political tensions and historical incidences of voter suppression, making the false beliefs even more believable and impactful. So, how are we affected by misinformation? Even though exposure to misinformation does not necessarily, right, alter our beliefs and opinions, but their amplifications of political information can have other significant impacts, which the research has shown. For instance, increasing polarization, which the meta-study also demonstrates. Amplified political news can deepen existing divides by reinforcing extreme viewpoints and fostering an us versus them mentality, which one of the speakers was referring to earlier as affective polarization vis-a-vis behavioral polarization. The other significant impact is the erosion of trust, because misinformation undermines trust in our social institutions, in our democratic processes. When people cannot tell what is true, they lose trust in information sources, leading to a more skeptical and a cynical society. It may also influence behavior. While core beliefs might remain unchanged, misinformation can still influence behaviors such as voter turnout, protest participation, or adherence to public health guidelines, which can have serious consequences in public health outcomes, as we have seen in the COVID pandemic. So, given all of that, what do we do in terms of tackling misinformation? And what does research say? What are the more effective measures that we have seen, that the efforts that are effective in countering or in reducing the effects of misinformation? While existing research does not provide clear standards for effective correction, it offers several possible and promising strategies. For instance, fact-checking. At the very beginning, research found that fact-checking was actually not very effective because when you fact-checked, and you actually remind people of the false information, and it may kind of further the spread of the false information. But as we look at more of these practices in fact-checking, research shows that fact-checking can be effective, especially when the corrections are timely, clear, and come from trusted sources. However, people sometimes reject corrections that contradict their beliefs, as I was talking about earlier, right? So all these confirmation bias and motivated reasoning. So its effects can be quite modest. The other corrective intervention we have seen is the debunking myths. To debunk myths effectively, it is important not only to provide accurate information, but also to explain why the false information is incorrect. So some research shows that the detailed counter-narratives are more effective than simple retractions. Okay? In corrective intervention, trust and style is important. Providing a factual account can be effective, especially when it doesn't threaten a person's worldview or cherished attitudes. Here's an example from this book called How to Win an Information War by Peter Pomerantsev. I don't know, the book just came out. Has anybody read the book? Yes, it's a fascinating story. Actually, I didn't know much about that figure. But in his telling of the story of this journalist, how he actually created fictional characters and stories and targeted at German soldiers and families during the Second World War through understanding deeply sort of what their concerns, what their issues. But in that story, he also relates to our contemporary some of the situations. So the example that he gave about the Ukrainian activists how they use mass telephone calls, reaching out to Russians. And what they found was that, I'm just giving you what he said in the book, some 80% would immediately would hang up during the first 20 seconds if the calls were about the devastations caused by the war. 30% hung up when the call focused on their personal interests, such as a special tax they had to pay to support the occupied lands. But when the call was about helping Russian veterans, 43% of the calls would hang up. However, only 25% would hung up actually when the call was about travel limitations caused by the war. So what does that tell us? It's appealing to people's self-interest as opposed to arguing from the moral high ground in order to get your sort of story across and to open up the space for communication, for engagement. So there are also preventive measures research has looked at. We've talked about media literacy education. Teaching people how to critically evaluate information sources is critical. Programs that focus on critical thinking, fact-checking skills can reduce susceptibility to false information. And there's the other preemptive measure, which is called cognitive inoculation. So you're like you inoculate yourself, right? So, which is to expose people to a weakened form of misinformation before they are exposed to the misinformation, so to help us to build the resilience against that. So, in the countering efforts, so we've looked at corrective interventions. We are looking at the preventive measures, but research has also looked at technological solutions. So algorithm adjustments. Platforms can tweak their algorithms to reduce the spread of disinformation. I think the meta study certainly also shows this. It doesn't affect the political attitudes per se, but it actually, when you adjust it, it can modify the spread or reduce the spread of misinformation. And automated detection through AI technology, machine learning, that have allowed us to create systems that can detect and flag potential misinformation. These tools are not perfect, but they can identify and mitigate the spread of false information. And research suggests that these algorithms can spot misinformation by analyzing text patterns, sentiments, and linguistic features. So after all of this, since I come from the public diplomacy background, and perhaps most of all is really understanding your audience, right? Often counter efforts are preaching to the converted, while those who are entrenched remain unaffected. So we've seen a lot of that, right? Some people may say, well, why are we wasting all this, resources and the time and energy preaching to the converted? But maybe preaching to the converted does have a positive and important aspect as well, because people's views don't change that much. Reinforcing views is also important. And if it is, if these countermeasures is not necessarily aimed at changing people's views. So social media have also revealed types of people long obscured in public discourses, because social media empower people to express their views. And so the question in countering disinformation, misinformation is how are we identifying who are the persuadables, given the limited resources that we have. And so this is still a very big empirical challenge, but also a practical challenge in terms of how we translate that into our programs and activities. So I'm going to preaching about public diplomacy now, because one of the pillars of public diplomacy is listening. And so listening is fundamental to public diplomacy, in enabling our diplomats, our practitioners to understand the specific needs, preferences, and concerns of their target audiences. This is what us U.S. State Department diplomats are very good at, because they know the context of each country very well. So how can we go deeper, understanding the different segments of the populations, their hopes and dreams, and connect that with the larger our goals. And so in public diplomacy, by actively engaging listening, diplomats gain detailed information about the cultural, social, political context of different communities. And so if we can understand, for instance, historical grievances of a minority group, that may help us to foster mutual understanding and trust, as it shows respect for the audience's perspective and a desire to address their specific interests and issues, thereby creating and opening up the space for more meaningful and impactful dialogue. So I hope that this is as concise as it gets. So now you kind of know, oh, the research is just this. Yes, no earth-shaking, groundbreaking findings like, oh, wow, this is the way that people are motivated by misinformation and affected by misinformation, but it all depends on the different context that we are looking at. And also, we don't have the kind of standard, the research recommendations on how we need to counter misinformation. But here are some of the things that we have seen, and to varying degrees, they may be effective. Some are very modest effect, other maybe more substantial impact, also depending of the context that we have seen. So, as I said, above all, listening to and understanding our audience remains key in crafting messages that resonate and that foster trust. So, thank you for your time, and I'm going to see if you have any questions about the research that I've shared you. Thank you. Anybody?
The floor is open to questions. I have a roaming mic, but we also have Slido. Oh, there's a question at the back. Just wait, I didn't do my steps today.
Thank you. So I've done a little bit of research in information disorder, misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. And some of my interviews, I found that people didn't care that it wasn't true. How would we deal with something like that, where they're like, oh yeah, it's not true, we don't care, it's entertaining?
Okay. So that's a very typical, I think of the scenario that we have seen, right? So I don't know exactly the sort of the situation, the context that you're dealing with for that particular effort. So yeah, because if it is about the election case that I gave, it's about partisan affiliation, it's about ideological belonging, and everything else is really secondary. And so the way, at least the research would suggest, that you may want to approach it not to challenge their worldviews, right, and to to establish sort of the common identity, right, so that people's identity now are threatened. Maybe on top of that, you can share what might be the sort of the factual information versus the false beliefs. And it could also be, as we said, that oftentimes the information is spread through social connections. So maybe you yourself may not be the best person to be going out there, correcting people's views, but through their own social networks and the people they trust in the network. Currently, I know we have research projects looking specifically at, in these social networks, who has more value, So like, who are the people that people would turn to for advice, or people would turn to if you say that, you should buy this product, and they will listen to you. And a group of my colleagues at USC, they're looking at this in the gaming world. And it's very fascinating because, as you know, the gaming world is a huge world. And to what extent the social network phenomena we see in the gaming world also has relevance beyond gaming in the ordinary, the off gaming world. And so I think that's through social networks that may help to correct some of the misinformation.
Thank you. There's a question on Slido that says, do you have a good case study on a misinformation response that worked well?
Misinformation. Well, so I should give you the Ukrainian. It was a very good case study, right? It's so fascinating by. And it's just a simple thing, and we argue that from the theoretical, conceptual perspective, how do you appeal to a person's self-interest? And that's what they did. And through the different ways how they ask questions, and it's such a good sort of experiment, right? You can see how these different questions lead to different outcomes. And there are others, but in the interest of time, I'll be happy. Please, I'll be around, and I'll be happy to share with you other studies and situations.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid we've run out of time. Okay. It's exactly 11:30, so a round of applause, please, for Dr. Jama.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. How are you feeling? I know there's a lot of questions, so I think a good approach would be maybe to speakers, once you're done, maybe also just go through Slido as well. And you're welcome to respond on that same platform. As much as it will come up as a question, I think it's good to still continue to engage. Please feel free to put your name, because that's why you have name tags. So, the name tags are so that at tea time we can find you and say, hey, your question, unless you're really scared about your question. But you should be confident. Okay, so we're going to introduce the next panel. And I'm going to start with the moderator. Okay, so our moderator for this panel, which is about strategic aims and influence operations in the digital age. Our moderator is Matt Bykoff, who's a cultural... Oh yeah, come on. It feels like a concert with a bit more enthusiasm. There you go. A couple whoops would be nice. Matt Bykoff is a cultural coordinator in the Office of Press and Public Diplomacy of the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs from the US Department of State, in case you missed it the first time. Matt, please, if you don't mind coming onto the stage. Would you like to introduce your speakers?
Thank you, Aura. I'm going to use the podium because we have 5 different speakers who will all sit in these beautiful chairs, including the yellow one in the middle. So my office is a very long name. We don't have to go over that again. I am a public diplomacy professional, so hearing Dr. Wang and talking about listening is getting me thinking about this panel, because that's really what I will be doing for most of this panel. We have 5 esteemed panelists. As I mentioned, I do want to introduce each of them to give you a little sense of their background and their areas of work currently and previously. Then this panel is structured a little bit differently than some of the others, where we don't have any formal presentations. Each panelist is only going to talk for about 2 to 3 minutes to give a quick introduction, but we want most of the hour to be a facilitated discussion with each other. So you can use the roving mic, you can use Slido, but we want it to be much more interactive and have the hour really be directed by all of us as we look at strategic aims and influence. And that's really the key here, the strategic aims. We have a lot of different areas that people are going to speak about, but it's all going to tie together. This is a big year of elections in the United States, globally, but These issues have gone on in the past. Looking forward, I was just reading about the European Commission's State of the Digital Decade and the new report that they released this month. So we have a lot to cover, and I want our panelists to come up. So first off is Fradok Fiachora. He is the Chief of Staff to Svetlana Shainovskaya. She is the leader of the Democratic Belarus, and he is Vice President of the Digital Communication Network. Yeah, welcome back to the stage. He's a non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. As Chief of Staff to Shainovskaya, he organizes the work of her political office, including her international and diplomatic work. Mr. Fiachorka accompanied Shainovskaya at her high-level meetings with international leaders, such as State Secretary Blinken, President Macron, Chancellor Merkel, Prime Minister Johnson, and many others. He graduated with an MA from American University in Washington, D.C., and a BA from Warsaw University in Poland. He's also studied at Belarus State University, Georgetown University, and European Humanities University. Fradok, thanks for being back. Next is Dr. Evian Leidig. She is the Mary Sklodowska-Curie postdoctoral fellow at Tilburg University in the Netherlands. Yeah, big, where are the whoops? Her research specializes in the far-right gender and online extremism and disinformation, as well as online regulation and content moderation. She is affiliated with the Center for Research on Extremism at the University of Oslo, the International Center for Counterterrorism in The Hague, and the Global Network on Extremism and Technology in London. Dr. Leidig regularly gives talks and consultations for policymakers, practitioners, law enforcement, and intellectual agencies, such as the US Department of State, the White House, the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Council of Europe, the UN, and NATO. She serves on the Christchurch Call Advisory Network and is an expert member of the EU Radicalization Awareness Network's European Research Community on Radicalization. She's appeared in international media outlets such as Foreign Policy, New York Times, Le Monde, De Volkskrant, BBC, and Australian Broadcasting Corporation. And she is the author of a new book, The Women of the Far Right, Social Media Influencers and Online Radicalization, which was published last year. Thank you. All right, next is Dr. Lenin Chung Cheng, Associate Professor for Cyber Risk and Policy, Deakin Cyber Research and Innovation Center, coming all the way from Australia. Long flight. He is the chairperson of Doublethink Lab, a CSO investigating disinformation and information operation to safeguard democracy globally. Dr. Chang's research intersects focus on the intersection of law and technology, cybercrime and cybersecurity, co-production of cybersecurity, disinformation campaigns, and foreign interference, especially in the Indo-Pacific region. He is currently researching co-production of cybersecurity and internet vigilantism in the Indo-Pacific region. He's also working with governments and NGOs in ASEAN countries on research and training programs to build cybersecurity capacity and cybersecurity awareness. Thank you for being here. All right, Olga Belogolova. She's the director of the Emerging Technologies Institute at Johns Hopkins School for Advanced International Studies. Olga is the director of the Emerging Technologies Initiative at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, SICE. She is also a professor at the Alperovich Institute for Cybersecurity Studies, where she teaches on disinformation and influence for the digital age at Facebook and Meta. She led policy for countering influence operations, leading execution and development of policies on coordinated inauthentic behavior, state media capture, and hacking leaks with a trusted safety team. Prior to that, she led threat intelligence work on Russia and Eastern Europe at Facebook, identifying, tracking, and disrupting coordinating I/O campaigns, and in particular, the Internet Research Agency investigations between 2017 to 2019. She previously worked as a journalist, and her works appeared in the Atlantic, National Journal, Inside Defense, and the Globe and Mail, among others. She is a fellow with the Truman National Security Project, serves on the review board for Cyber Warcon and the Trust and Safety Advocacy Advisory Group of the Institute of Security and Technology, is on the board of directors for the Digital Democracy Institute of the Americas. Great, thank you. And our final presenter or speaker is Zhivi Jigitashvili. I hope I got that right. Not really. Please. He's a research associate at Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab in Poland. In this role, he investigates influence operations, social media manipulation, and computational propaganda campaigns in Eastern European and Southern Caucasus countries. Before joining DFR Lab in 2019, he worked on an international development consultant for Chorus, an international research and consulting company, where he provided research and consultancy services to a wide range of public and private clients in Eastern European countries. He has a bachelor's degree in social science from Evangelii Tbilisi State University, a master's degree in EU-Russia studies from the University of Tartu, and a postgraduate diploma in the strategic communications from King's College, London. So please give a round of applause to everybody who's on the stage. I think we can start just with our quick lightning talks. I don't know if anyone wants to go first. Olga, are you ready?
Putting me on the spot.
Right.
Should I use the microphone or can you guys hear me?
Here, use a mic.
Okay. Great. Probably should turn it on. Can you hear me now?
Maybe now. Oh, that's better. Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for having me, and it's wonderful to be back in Tallinn. It's one of my favorite cities in the world, so I'm always happy to come here and talk about one of my favorite subjects, which is something that I've been teaching about for a while and researching and investigating for a while as well. And we are supposed to be talking about strategic aims, right? So one of the things that I think is overlooked in this conversation. You know, there's a lot of conversations we're having today and throughout the next few days about disinformation and influence, and we all tend to overhype this problem, according to me. If you think about some of the headlines that you see about this topic, right, especially with the advent of new technologies, AI and disinformation are colliding like never before. Disinformation is supercharged in this election year. You know, all kinds of words that relate to the apocalypse in some ways that are making us maybe not feel the best. You know, how does that make you feel? Very bad, right? You're wondering whether you could trust anything at all. And that is one of the things that I think for me, having done research, particularly into Russian influence operations and investigated a number of campaigns, including the Internet Research Agency, Russian military intelligence campaigns, and others, is we sometimes perceive these operations, influence campaigns, as having an objective to make us believe something in particular. But in many ways, especially from Russian threat actors, the aim is sometimes to get us to believe nothing at all. And we have to remember that because we can sometimes exacerbate this problem ourselves. We make it worse for ourselves because we are not informed enough about the problem set, and so we sit around and we use, as Dr. Wang said, terms like misinformation and disinformation interchangeably without really knowing what they mean, right? We need to, if we're gonna talk about these things, we have to understand what it is that we're talking about. Look at some of the campaigns. The way you build resilience is by thinking about how these things might impact us. So, you know, the distinctions between these terms, you know, misinformation, disinformation, why do they matter? They matter because ultimately, as Dr. Wang said, you know, the misinformed are civil society. They're all of us. We can sometimes, everyone in this room probably at some point, even in the last few days, has shared something that they didn't actually know was factually correct. That's not because you're a bad person, right? It's because you perhaps just didn't know any better. And so how do we treat you perhaps differently than someone that is deliberately running some kind of manipulation campaign? How do we address that problem? And that's why I think misinformation and disinformation in general as terms can be kind of unhelpful because they're content-based. Many of you in the room are content creators, so understandably content is what we gravitate towards. But ultimately, if you look at, you know, some of the influence campaigns that are some of the most famous ones, including the Internet Research Agency campaign, you look at the kinds of content that has been shared. You look at the content that Russian state media shares, and sometimes it's not false. Right? One of the prevailing sort of more famous stories in Russian state media at the start of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine was about biolabs in Ukraine. The story itself, the headlines, were not actually factually incorrect. Are there in fact biolabs in Ukraine? Yes, there are. But the perception on the end of the person who's receiving that piece of information is what matters, right? Someone is thinking that something untoward is happening, right? Rather than someone telling you what to think, right? It's your own perception and lack of information about what those biolabs actually do. And that matters. And the reason I'm so concerned about what we do with our information environment and how we address this problem and how we don't overhype it is because we sometimes, in doing so, we take away the agency from ourselves, right? People are, various levels of informed. We all have our own political views and ideas that aren't necessarily just like, we're not empty vessels where Russian threat actors or other threat actors are just placing ideas into our heads. And we also can't absolve politicians and other people who have been lying since the beginning of time from the responsibility that they have, right? We can't just say that every single thing is some sort of disinformation campaign because, again, then we won't be able to trust anything. One recent thing that has come to mind for me, this is actually my presentation for tomorrow, by the way, so we don't need to have it up on the screen. It's the workshop that I'm going to be running. One of the recent stories that I think is I perhaps want to end my short remarks on is recently I was talking to some friends of mine. I used to be a journalist in my past life, and journalists are now getting stories assigned to them that some political event happens, whether it's the assassination attempt against the presidential candidate Donald Trump, or President Biden making a decision to step down in the United States, or other political events, and journalists are getting assigned write the Russian disinformation angle to this story. There's a problem with that, right? Why are we doing this to ourselves? We're sort of like, ooh, like this is the hot new beat that we're gonna cover and we're gonna make every single thing about that. That only serves to help and advertise for the threat actors themselves. When Yevgeny Prigozhin, who was the guy who funded the Internet Research Agency and other troll farms, both in Russia, but also in various African nation states, he actually benefited quite a bit. It was like free advertising for him, the amount of time we spent talking about him and his successes in the disinformation realm. So that's my sort of initial points, but happy to talk about anything else. Who do you want me to pass the mic to next? Givi, all right.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. And so, I mean, Olga said everything, let's say. So I just want to expand on a couple of things that she highlighted, and especially this problem with terminology that we use. She talked about disinformation and misinformation, and one thing also that she said is that we don't, influence operations do not always entail disinformation, and we need to really know the distinction. Let's take hack and leak operations, which is conducted using truth, but this is still influence operations. Moreover, I think we also need to know what's acceptable and what's unacceptable when we are talking about influence operations. And influence operations can be persuasive, they can be coercive. But the problem here is that some of the influence operations are manipulative and deceptive because of the ways in which they are conducted. And our key focus, at least Olga and myself, we focus on these techniques and tactics which are deceptive and which try to take us away from rational decision making, and they are just trying to influence our perceptions, beliefs, and behavior using these deceptive tactics. And this is what we investigate at the FR Lab as well. I'm based in Poland. We currently focus quite extensively on the Russia-Ukraine war and also how Russia is targeting neighboring countries of Ukraine in this region. And I just wanted to briefly discuss about the current trends that we observe in the context of this conflict, and also what are the novelties coming from Russia and Russian actors who conduct influence operations. First of all, what I observe is that there is an increasing synchronization of influence operations and cyber attacks. Hacktivist assets are increasingly working with Russian hackers in order to conduct operations, which in many cases entail some kind of hacking disruption. It can be phishing attack, it can be website defacement to plant false information, or it can also be the hijacking of the into someone's account in order to plant falsehood there. So there is a really big convergence of these two actors, and this is becoming really problematic to investigate, and they are more influential, if we are talking about operations, more influential than just operations which are poorly based on distributing content. And again, looking at content is no longer enough. You should just really focus on action, let's say the TTPs that they used to do it. Secondly, what we observe is that there are more and more commercial actors who are conducting influence operations for money. If you look at the conflict in Ukraine, currently there are all the main, let's say, persistent actors who conduct continuous operations in Ukraine are commercial actors. Before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, these operations were conducted by intelligence services. But currently, these are marketing firms, they call themselves marketing firms, who are getting money from Russian government to conduct these operations because it gives Russian government some room for deniability, and also it makes attribution really challenging for us. Thirdly, what I also see a really problematic thing when we are talking about Russian operations is that they are more and more successfully co-opting with real people and societies in the region. A good example here are farmers' protests, which we had in Poland. It started off based on genuine concerns that Polish farmers, for instance, had, but this is an European problem. But then these farmers started to amplify narratives and messages which were, let's say, coming from outside of Poland and other countries. So they are increasingly successful to co-opt with local people and make sure that people they target will start amplifying their messages. And when we are talking about influencers, I would say this is the group that they really target. So it really, when they manage to influence, have some influence on influencers, this makes their campaigns really successful. And they also, something I want to mention is that when I'm reading the messages and content they disseminate, they are more and more tailored to specific groups, and they are also hyper-local. They are leveraging already really even super marginal platforms in these countries that we are looking at. And it's not just about mainstream social media platforms, but this is already going at a different level, and they are penetrating into platforms which are not really used by more than one nation or our audience there. And also, Olga highlighted the brilliant thing that there is a difference between let's say, attempting an influence operation and succeeding at this. We should not exaggerate the impacts, and it is pointless, in my opinion, to count how many posts were published by specific hostile actor, or counting how many websites they leverage. This is counterproductive. This also justifies for them, let's take an example of doppelganger. Maybe you have heard, some of you have heard about this. This is an operation conducted by a private firm. But the fact that everyone in our field is talking about doppelganger currently probably gives these people an additional leverage or incentive to convince Russian government to keep giving them money. But actually, we are not really successful to measure their impact. We are just, again, counting their content, counting how many actors in social media are involved in this, but that's it. And then this is what gives them money. So to say it briefly. Yeah, that's it on my side, and probably you will have some questions later on that I will be able to elaborate.
Let's go over to Franak to talk a bit, to keep it in our realm of Europe at the start, and then we'll move over.
The problem with the influence is that it's hard to measure. There is no clear metrics, how we can assess was some influence operation successful or not. Usually when we lose, or if elections are won by populists or dictators or pro-Russian guys, we think that, oh, the influence operation is effective. If we win, we think, oh, we did a great job, in countering influence operation. And that's the biggest problem, because for Russians, for other bad actors, for those who spread lies and disinformation, most important is to undermine democracy, and this is the strategic aim. And if we see that our democracy is failing in general, in terms of work of the state institutions, the process of organizing elections, the power of civil society, we can say this could be the main metric of success of foreign malign influence operation, as we think. Speaking about Russian, I understand that many people came here from other regions, not related. I remember, our DCN conference in Australia, and when we, or Australia, or in Bangkok, I think, in Bangkok, and when we spoke about Russian operations there, it was not very relevant. But if you change word Russia to China, then it became super relevant and super actual, basically the same. So you can just change Russia to the malign actors in your region to understand better. Russians are very efficient because they don't have rules in their operation, and we as democratic actors work in a democratic environment, we often follow the rules. And it's impossible to change. What we can do, we can mobilize more people, we can mobilize more creativity, and we can be always step ahead when we compete with dictators. I remember, for 10 years we were speaking about fact-checking as the main tool to counter disinformation. I think it doesn't work because fact-checking is always late. When fakes are being debunked, usually there is another fake, 10 another fake appeared. However, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't do this, because it's very important to document fakes and also to follow trends. What we can do and what we must do, we must create more content. This is what dictators are usually doing, and especially Russians are doing. Instead of having large and powerful distributors of information, they create small and many. And this is the tactic, this is the approach we also should adopt. Another approach which is working for them is non-branded content. We very often tend to use branded content, especially respected media. We think it can help, but from what we see, very often it doesn't help, but opposite. Any branded content, it creates the perception among some audiences that this content was ordered by some players or some actors. So I think we shouldn't be afraid of using not branded content, especially if we work in the restricted environments like Belarus, like Russia, like other parts of the world under authoritarian regimes. We in Belarus and our independent media, they started like Radio Free Europe, let's say. When they go to Russian platforms, and we have to go there because this is the place where the audience is, they just took out their logo of Radio Free Europe, or Voice of America, or BBC, and the number of views is multiplied 5-10 times very often. And this is something we ask to consider other media doing as well. I know this is quite difficult for old school traditional outlets, to change this perception, but this is what we must do. And of course, not what I mentioned in the first panel, sorry for repeating this, never hesitate to try new platforms and to experiment with the new spaces. Very often, like platforms like Reddit, or similar platforms in other parts of the world, they have, in terms of influence and creating the narrative, shaping the agenda, they have much more impact than traditional big news agenda. We often measure what is on the agenda based on the front lines of traditional outlets, but where we should look, it's platforms and forums like Reddit, because usually this is where conversation starts. And when we are influencers, when we are content creators, and when we want to see the stories and identify the propagandists as well, we should look there. And to dig deeper, not only traditional web, but to go to this deep web part, where we often, too ignorant to be. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now moving from Russia to Indo-Pacific region and Taiwan, just trying to give a little bit of what is happening in the region, especially use Taiwan as an example, very much linked to Jay's talk about political influence operation. Well, we see when we talk about 2024, the first thing people think about is the election, and we see a lot of influence operation towards the election during this year, and they might have some lessons for the U.S. government to learn for the upcoming one. In Taiwan, in recent 2022, Taiwan has a president and legislature election, and we see tactics such as cyber attacks that's been used quite often towards Taiwanese government, especially during the election, disinformation and other influence operation outside the digital world, including the drills of flying jets over Taiwan Strait as a way to influence Taiwanese voters' decision. But this information campaign were especially concerning compared to the past few years. As in the past, especially when we talk about Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, we see a lot of cyber attacks, and those cyber attacks is not only targeting what we call critical infrastructures, but also the web defacement, as GV just mentioned, but web defacement on the public broadcasting TVs at the train station, in the convenience store. What they were saying is that, well, that's already a war between Taiwan and China. China has sent out jets to Taiwan, while the Ministry of National Defense website has been denial of service. So there's no way people, when they read those news in the train station, in the convenience stores, there's no way that they can rectify whether it's true or not. But this is not really happening in the election this year. Disinformation campaign, as I mentioned, is much more a focus for the election this year. Well, different to the campaigns that we launched, this kind of campaign are usually launched to discredit the ruling party and the government. That's the Democratic Progressive Party, which has been ruling Taiwan for 8 years. And of course, one of the reasons they were trying to do is DPP is very more close to the Democratic Alliance and not really working well with the Chinese government. So what they are doing is they try to discredit the government by disseminating disinformation, or even call it more information. Sorry, bringing in another new concept in our discussion to let people to criticize the DPP government for providing its citizens poison eggs or vaccination, for example. And without surprise, there's a lot of information campaigns about how corrupted the government is, and links to the influencers. We see a lot of influencers or agents are used or for commercial purpose. They are happy to help in disseminating all these kind of informations. And linking to the organizer today, during the 2024 election, we also see an operation of the American skeptical theory, saying that U.S. is now a trusted partner of Taiwan, as U.S. see Taiwan as a chess piece. Through this, of course, you can see the reason why they want to play this kind of disinformation is that they try to convince Taiwanese citizens that the U.S. will abandon Taiwan anytime if there's a war. And here, what we're saying is we'll see they try to break up the tie between the Democratic Alliance and try to create an image that U.S. government is just using Taiwan as a chess. But one of the things I would like to especially highlight here is that we see an emergence of the use of artificial intelligence and deepfake in the influence operation or information operation. One of the examples I would like to use is the ebook published just a couple days or a week before the voting date. It's called The Secret Story of Tsai Ing-wen. That's the former president of Taiwan. It's an ebook published during the election campaign, and it involves a lot of content defaming the then president Tsai Ing-wen, so they can discredit DPP and benefit the other parties. And what we say is a disinformation campaign or information operation. We see a lot of use of AI and deepfake in this dissemination of the book and the creation of the book. We see the fake anchors, even Santa Claus, the image of Santa Claus being used as an anchor to report or to read the ebook online. And different social media platforms, including YouTube, X, Facebook, and TikTok, are used quite often in the dissemination of those information. And here links to the discussion we had earlier. while a lot of countries might be thinking about banning TikTok, we see it creates a gray area or a wild west for a lot of countries, because the disinformation or misinformation will still be disseminated through that platform, even if that's been banned in certain countries. But yeah, I think there are a lot of examples that happens in Taiwan during the 2024 using deepfake and AI. The ebook is one of them, and the other one is the disseminating of the information that some candidates have extramarital affairs, or even have affairs with spies or foreign agents. So I guess one of the discussion we'll probably need to have here today, or even in the coming days, is how we can quickly debunk and find a good way to stop the dissemination of the information. And it might be something we need to continue our discussion. Thank you.
So unlike my co-panelists, my primary area of expertise isn't on disinformation and influence operations per se. My background is in studying online extremism and processes of radicalization. So I'm very focused more on the granular level, trying to understand why and how certain narratives resonate with people and are spread by extremist actors. So in particular, what guides me is wanting to understand how do extremists exploit social media platforms and emerging digital technologies to radicalize, recruit, mobilize, and spread propaganda. Oh. Is it on? Just push it up.
No, it's on.
It's on? Oh, that was on. Yeah. But in addition to that, I think part of that is understanding, radicalization not just at an individual level, like as a psychologist might, but understanding radicalization as a societal and technological problem. That is, understanding radicalization as a collective problem. As Matt mentioned, I've recently published a book looking at far-right women influencers on social media, particularly within North America and Western and Central Europe. And there are many findings from that book, but I think one significant one that is relevant for our panel is that influencers, they're not only spreading extreme ideological beliefs, but often that's combined with things like conspiracy theory narratives, hate speech in particular, what I looked at anti-LGBTQ plus hate speech, and disinformation more broadly. And one example that comes to mind for me is a post where it was claiming that COVID vaccines are a plot to create mass infertility and replace majority populations with immigrants. And it was often cloaked through things like coded language. But this sort of ticks the boxes when it comes to understanding the interconnections in terms of the fact that these are not separate categories of extremism, disinformation, conspiracy theory narratives. And so looking forward, how we need to collectively think about and design tools that will mitigate the complexity of this type of information rather than a simplistic formulation. And I stuck to the memo, so I just had 2 points here.
Fantastic, thank you. I think mine's on. Okay, now mine's on. Thank you all. And yes, I was timing and you stuck right to it, so thank you. And that means we can turn to questions from the audience here, either in person. If you do have a question and you raise your hand, we can get a mic to you. Just introduce yourself very quickly, say where you're from, so that it gives a little bit of context to the panelists. Otherwise, we also have questions coming in on Slido. I see one in the back. Hand is raised. We have about a little over 20 minutes for our discussion.
Hi, thanks so much. That was amazing. Loved it. I really liked what a lot of the panelists were saying about the difference between mis and disinformation, because I do see frequently, particularly in more like blog style op-eds that they're used interchangeably. And I think what you're saying is really important. How do you think you can get that out to like the general public so that the general public understand the difference between what they might be seeing and general people that might be writing about it understand the difference and the importance of what you're saying? Thank you. Oh, sorry, I nearly hit you then.
First. Yeah, both of you do.
So one thing I'll say is that I think you have to start with the people that are influential. I often will talk to journalists who are mixing the terms up first because people are reading what they write, and so you need to have that conversation with them first. As a professor, my first lecture of my whole semester is dedicated to terminology entirely, so I'm trying to do the best I can from that pulpit. But I think the way in which we do that type of work, and this is why I want to pass to Givi to put him on the spot, I think the best way to build resilience, not just in understanding the terminology, but understanding what these operations look like, is from research organizations like Doublethink Lab, DFR Lab, and other research organizations that are actually showing people their work. They're not just saying like there's a bad thing that happened, they're actually walking people through what it is that they found and what it was, and also what it wasn't, and how effective or ineffective it was, and maybe saying, yeah, they got a lot of clicks, but that means no one actually engaged with their content, or like, you know, it's hard to measure, and so that they can place it in the context. Or one of the things that my old team back at Meta used to do is sometimes make fun of the threat actors too. There was this, what was it, like the Cyberfront Z people, that there's this group of Russian, once again, most of my examples of Russian operations, and they were just like sitting around on beanbags allegedly in Moscow or in St. Petersburg and working on this operation, but they were actually really bad at what they did. And so we made fun of them because it was important to say, yeah, this thing happened, but we can't just talk about the fact that they attempted to influence. We can talk about also the fact that no one actually cared about what they did.
Yeah, so we do not have the common vocabulary. We don't have the common taxonomy to describe everything we work on. You mentioned the general audience, but I should tell you that even research organizations working on this are using different terminology to describe phenomena that we investigate. And this is also the reason why people created, for instance, Discern framework, which is an attempt to create a standardized taxonomy and then invite all organizations to start using this vocabulary in their research and in their reporting. Not just research organizations, but also media outlets can use the same taxonomy to describe different types of online harms. And it's not just, the good thing about Disarm is that it's a, let's say, community-driven effort. It's not something, like, let's say, top-down. But they really have good support from European External Action Service, and more governments, including Poland, UK, and others, are adopting this taxonomy in their work and encouraging everyone to join it. So yes, there is a problem, but luckily organizations and governments are working on it to make sure that we use the same terminology when we describe certain things, because currently it's a mess. I think, again, as Olga said, it's first, it's on the shoulders of researchers and research organizations to use the same language, and then media outlets probably should follow the suit, and then people will also actually have a better understanding of what we're talking about. Are we talking about information operations, how they are different from influence campaigns, what's the difference between influence activity, influence operation, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so currently it sounds very confusing, but we researchers and organizations should make sure that we are first on the same page, and then make sure that people actually read what we write and they use the same methodology.
I'll just add one more thing. I think the incentives are also important. I think there's a bit of a flawed incentive problem where people are incentivized to create new terms all the time, because then it's like, this is my organization's term for this thing, and so I'm going to call it like Miss Dismal, and then someone else comes out and says like FEMI is going to be the term we use, and so everyone has to have like their proprietary thing, and it becomes their brand. But like ultimately, these things have been around for a really long time, and that's why we have to talk about the history, because like disinformation dezinformacja is like the Russian term that disinformation comes from, and allegedly, again, this is possibly misinformation, Stalin invented it, right, when he was, I think, maybe still director of nationalities in the Soviet Union.
Well, before I pass my phone to you, I'll echo what Olga is thinking when we're talking about, when we're thinking about these questions, is a lot of times it's academic who are creating all these kind of different terms. So maybe we need a more international organization like UN to make a better definition so that we can pass it down to journalists or other citizens so they can have a better understanding of those terms.
I can just comment on this taxonomy. I think it doesn't work for every country. We tried for years to translate misinformation and disinformation to our languages, to Belarusian language, and we didn't find the correct word. So we can create so many terms we want, for explaining this, but they will be much faster in experimenting and creating new things than we will be creating taxonomy for the things propagandists and dictators do. Speaking about influence, I wanted to comment to what Olga said, that we speak so much about these trolls, farms, etc., that we are promoting them. This is what we see in Belarus with Lukashenko. We thought that explaining things and telling that dictator Lukashenko for 30 years in Belarus, that he is lying, we were thinking that we help people. But now we realized that he wants us to be quoted, to be discussed, because being in the news, it's about creating the influence. Very often the best way to debunk things and to stop disinformation from spreading is actually ignore and not reacting to that. Lukashenko right now, he's repeating every day, nuclear war, nuclear bombs. He brought army to the border with Ukraine. Next day he takes this army from the border of Ukraine. All world media discussing Lukashenko. We make him influencer. We make him powerful. We give him credit for he doesn't deserve at all. And I think this is related to Putin, this is related to Lukashenko and to all other dictators. Also, I think when we discuss disinformation, all these things, we are always in defensive position. We are thinking how to defend ourselves from dictators, from their attacks, from their operation, but so little people think about offensive operation, about what we can do, how we can act. We often focus on theory, and very little people work on practice. Being in offensive position, it's winning them in their spaces, on their TikToks, on their Vkontakte, on their RT platforms, just trying to create the problems for them in their spaces. In Belarus, for example, we also started to use cyber operations, but pro-freedom cyber operations. And the regime doesn't have time to attack us through cyber when it's so busy in defending itself from our cyber attacks. What our cyber partisans, the group of volunteers we have created in the movement, they hacked the database of KGB and leaked 9,000 emails sent by informants to KGB for last 6 years. And all the names of the informants, all the KGB discussion, all the inside correspondence went public. Also, they hacked the state institutions and published the names of all the officials who participated in repressions, revealing their names, their phone numbers, their addresses. And propaganda was super busy in justifying themselves. Informants were so busy in hiding themselves, so they were not able to attack us, but they had to be in defensive position. And this is what we propose to do, to go in offense, not to be always in defense from their propaganda. Thanks.
So I want to address the elephant, or should I say bear, in the room, because what you just witnessed in front of you while Franek was talking was what one might call content moderation. Right? We are in and of ourselves in an information environment, right? We are creating content that was basically like a Facebook wall or something, right? Where everyone all of a sudden started commenting on things and one another and responding to each other. And then in order to stop you from being distracted from it, some very smart person decided to put up the main slide for the presentation instead. And so I just wanted to point that out because I think it's important to acknowledge that we're always kind of in an information environment. We're always interacting with each other, and we can spread rumors ourselves about things, whether there's a GRU agent in the room or not. And the last thing I'll say is to address the actual question that was asked that sort of prompted that whole debate. I think it actually is really important to acknowledge that liberal democracies and not just Russian threat actors or Chinese threat actors also engage in harmful activities. Whether it's creating laws that might limit freedom of expression, or in running their own influence campaigns, sometimes very bad ones that my old team identified. And so I think if you want to clean up the information environment, you have to acknowledge that no matter who's running influence campaigns, good, liberal democracies or not, that we should treat them equally if we're going to preserve democracy. When I worked at Meta, we identified a network that was run by the French military in Francophone Africa that was basically competing with a Russian influence campaign there. And the French government was very mad at us for doing it. But in the end, we had very productive conversations with them about it afterwards. So if we have to be sort of consistent in our approaches if we're going to sort of be, be the good guys, so to speak.
Let's take another question from the room as the slide is down.
Is it down though?
I have a question for Olga and Gibby, although Fremek might have some views on this as well. So I guess what's the right balance between reporting on disinformation and misinformation to educate people and without wanting to give somebody a platform or make the Russian government give them more money, right? Because education is something we generally tend to want to promote about a problem in order to help people understand the problem and recognize when disinformation is out there. But at the same time, we don't want to amplify the wrong people or cause Russia to, or another malign actor to give them more money. So what should we do?
You want to start? I've been talking way too much.
Sure. This is a great question and something that people keep asking. And I think this is a really individual thing that depends on how researchers approach this problem. But for me, again, I said that I think we are focusing too much on unsuccessful operations. And by uncovering them and by reporting on them, we give these actors additional visibility and oxygen. So I personally follow a breakout scale created by my and Olga's former colleague Ben Nemo, which consists of 6 stages, and it's a great way of actually figuring out when information operation can become really harmful. So, and then for me, influence operations are not really, let's say, something you need to approach as a breaking news. You need to give it some time to see if it really gains traction in the information environment, or maybe this is something really unsuccessful attempt and doesn't really make sense to report on them. So breakout scale helps you to figure out and measure where it can go. And then when we are talking about, for instance, stage 3, this describes a situation when influence operation is already spread across multiple communities and multiple platforms. And then chances that this will be also amplified by media outlets and let's say popular politicians or influencers are really high. And this is also the moment when I personally already start thinking about writing about this or not. But if it's let's say just one small community discussing this and I see that this operation didn't really jump into more than one platforms, then I don't really see the need to start writing on it in that moment. So another thing also is, of course, public interest. When Russia invaded Ukraine and millions of Ukrainian refugees started to come to Poland, I saw multiple attempts to undermine Poland's support towards these Ukrainian refugees. And back then, even though some of the information operations were not really successful in terms of gaining traction, I saw a really big public interest to start working on them, even when they didn't really reach a significant audience. But speaking of audience, it doesn't really, so there is a difference between quality and quantity, okay? So if I see that operation reached to, let's say, 1,000 people, it may not be as dangerous as this operation reaching to really influential people. You know what I mean? So just numbers are not enough to figure out if you should really start working on it or not. But when some people who can have influence and impact on public opinion start talking about this, even this is if there is a very small number of this kind of people, I see it as already an alarming signal and something that I should probably pay more attention to.
I'll just add really quickly, on that point that Givi was making about sort of waiting to tell the story that matters. There's a really good example from 2017 in France. How many of you are familiar with Macron leaks? By a show of hands, see a couple. So basically the long story short is that ahead of the 2017 election in France, when President Macron was running, there was effectively very similar hack and leak operation. Now, again, by show of hands, how many of you actually know what a hack and leak operation is? Okay, a few. And the idea of that is that you are taking real information, you're hacking it from someone like the DNC or from the Macron campaign or from somebody else, and you're releasing it to the public. And that is accurate information, but you're sharing it that it wouldn't be previously disclosed because it might somehow, sway public opinion or something else. And what happened there is that very similar to what happened in 2016 in the United States, the GRU had actually hacked the Macron campaign and was working to disseminate and release information with a hashtag called Macron leaks. But what's interesting there is because there was a media blackout in France, the story that was told was not here's all the contents of the leaked information from the Macron campaign, which is what happened in the United States in 2016, where most of every news outlet were like, here are the 4 juiciest Podesta emails, check them out here, right? Extra, right? The story that was told in France was not the contents of the information, but rather why did this happen and who possibly did it. And so it was the second day story. And there's been some conversation around cognitive science and all of that. And there's this idea in cognitive science of system 1 versus system 2 thinking, which is when you immediately make some kind of decision versus when you slow down. And there are researchers that are trying to research misinformation responses. And one of them is called accuracy nudges, which is the idea is to basically just get people to slow down. Because we're all moving so fast that we ourselves can make mistakes. And how do you incentivize people to maybe think twice before they share something, introduce friction into our very fast environment so that people can be a little bit more thoughtful and analytical about what they share, including media organizations that would otherwise jump on leaked information.
Can I challenge Olga a bit? No, just based on what Olga just mentioned, it links to so-called the internet shutdown. That's a lot of countries are doing when they try to slow down this kind of disinformation, misinformation, so that people can, that's what based on what they're saying. I just want people to forget about it, sit back, come back again after 2 or 3 days. And do you think that might be a good tactic?
So,
internet shutdown. So you black out all the internet.
Yeah. I mean, I think internet shutdown is a freedom of expression question, right? Because people, I think what happened there was a media blackout, which meant that the media, it wasn't a shutdown, but the idea was to stop people from writing about politics so that people could come to their own conclusions about an election cycle. I come from the United States where our election cycle takes for years sometimes. So, I'm a big believer that, we should trust people and get them to sort of engage with their own environment and the information that's been provided to them.
All right, as we wrap up the panel, I'm just going to speak without the mic. To close it all out and to focus on our strategic aims, can I ask each panelist to share one book or article that you are currently reading or that you encourage the audience to? Oh, yes, right. Okay, so the question is, can each panelist share a book or article that you recommend for this group to read or look at as we're slowing down and as we're gathering, just one, as we're going towards the end of the year?
Why don't we start on the other end?
No, I have the first.
Please read my book.
That's what I'm going to say. I got a conversation piece that came out a couple months ago. Might be something to read.
I'm going to cheat and say 3. So Dr. Wang mentioned How to Win an Information War by Peter Pomerantsev. I think it's a wonderful book and it's a really interesting story, but his first book, Nothing is True and Everything is Possible, is a really fantastic recommendation. And then also Active Measures by Thomas Rid.
I'm not going to say a specific book or article. I just want to give you ideas whom you should follow online to see really great content, more than one. It's a Riga Stratcom Center of Excellence, which is producing amazing content, and you will find multiple really interesting pieces there. You can also follow Carnegie's, what's the exact name? Partnership for Countering Influence Operations. They publish also amazing content. Yeah, and then these two are, I would say, my top recommendations when it comes to learning more about influence operations, not just case studies.
And DFR.
Yeah, but again, I don't want to self-promote, but if you want to look into specific case studies, then of course you should follow DFR Lab as well.
The new book of Anne Applebaum, Autocracy Incorporated, Autocracy Inc. It's about how dictators learn from each other, very often not deliberately coordinating their efforts. They just have the common enemy, it's democracy and democratic values, and how they exchange best practices in order to undermine what we here have together.
All right, so I think that takes us to the end of this panel. I'll hand it back over to Demetrius, but please a huge round of applause to everybody. Thank you all for this conversation. I know as we head into lunch, a lot of things to think about and discuss over lunch break. But Demetrius, to you.
Thank you very much. My book is on September, so 2049.gr. And yes, we can go to lunch. A huge round of applause. We have 1 hour. Be sharp, okay?
Is it? Yes. I'm Dr. Jill Goldenseal. I teach at the National Defense University in Washington, D.C., and just like this morning, I still do not represent the U.S. government. It is the after lunch panel. It is the most dreaded time slot for those who speak at conferences, and because of that, we have put the 4 most dynamic speakers at the entire event on this panel just for you. I'm going to introduce them briefly, then they are each going to speak for 5 to 7 minutes, and we are going to reserve as much time as possible for discussion. So first, we have Dr. Jay Wang, who you all know and love. He is the director of the Center on Public Diplomacy and associate professor at the Annenberg School for Communication and Journalism at the University of Southern California in the United States. We have Dr. Bernie Hogan on my left, associate professor of media studies and senior research fellow at the Oxford Internet Institute at the University of Oxford in the United Kingdom. Here on my right, we have Samuel Kamau. Did I get that right? Dr. Samuel Kamau, who is a lecturer at Aga Khan University at the Graduate School of Media and Communication in Kenya. And we have Rashi Saxena. Yes. She is, however, a public interest technologist from India. So as you can see, our panel is called Navigating Influence Around the World, and we have done our best to surround the world. We have voices here from Africa, Asia, Europe. Are we still allowed to call the UK Europe? Okay. Geographically speaking, Europe and the United States. And so with that, take it away, Jay.
Good afternoon, everyone. So what I'm going to do is just say a little bit about the incorporation of AI in public diplomacy. And as I mentioned this morning, that my work focuses on public diplomacy, which is primarily the work done through foreign ministries or organizations in the foreign affairs system. But increasingly, of course, we have many non-state actors also playing very important role in this on their own or in collaboration with foreign ministries such as the State Department. And so for those of you, the creators especially in the room, what I'm going to share with you may sound very rudimentary in terms of the current practices or applications of AI in public diplomacy. The vantage point that I'm taking is primarily from sort of foreign ministries standpoint, and since they are on the forefront of public diplomacy efforts, primarily because of the regulatory or lack of clear guidelines, policy guidelines and regulations. So these government entities are pretty slow in terms of adapting and adopting AI technologies and capabilities. But here are some of the things that we are seeing, rudimentary as they are, but we believe that they hold big promises down the road. We are seeing, of course, using AI tools, large language models, in content creation, not surprised, right? These tools allow public diplomacy practitioners to create higher volumes of content more efficiently, from press releases to emails or social media posts. And a lot of times in drafting the content, and then you have the human person to finalize and for the distribution. And all of this expedite the content production process. And the second area that we are seeing the adoption of AI is in strategy development, not a surprise either, right? So AI algorithms can help us scan and analyze a vast amount of information and data to identify topics of interest, trending stories, emerging trends, helping our public diplomacy practitioners stay ahead of the curve. And by understanding what captures audience's attention, they can proactively shape their content strategies to increase engagement and relevance. And AI also allows diplomats to tailor messages to specific audiences, considering cultural, linguistic, and regional differences, and hence, improving the impact of diplomatic communications. So AI is also used as a research tool in diplomacy and in many government organizations. There's huge amount of data and documents. And so these AI tools are very efficient in summarizing, synthesizing internal knowledge bases. And public diplomacy practitioners can, for instance, upload very lengthy research papers into large language models like ChatGPT and receive short summaries instantly. And AI also helps them to do data analysis. And one of the issues that public diplomacy has been grappling is to demonstrate impact. And so this monitoring and evaluation as part of the public diplomacy process has been a vexing challenge for a long time, and partly because of the lack of sort of the human resources on the front lines to do this type of analysis. And but with AI, it helps tremendously to not only conduct these analysis, but also to produce and synthesize reports to inform future strategies. And of course, AI helps with the translation. Effective public diplomacy relies on language and AI-powered translation tools, proving very effective in breaking down language barriers and to improve efficacy, transparency, inclusiveness, and also legitimacy of a lot of our communications cross-culturally. And AI tools also streamline processes and make operational improvements for public diplomacy practitioners. They are very effective in generating media summaries. And those who are in the room, are you using this? Okay. Yes, because there is, we have seen the calculations, how much time saved, cost of labor saved as a result of the adoption of AI tools. And AI may also help minimize biases in processes such as pre-screening grant proposals, because that's also a very labor-intensive activity. And so then when you free up the time for the diplomats to really be engaging with their key stakeholders and to interact with them, to do program designs and to do more analytical work, more strategy work. So here are these are some of the sort of the activities that we are seeing. And of course, it raises up also questions that we don't know, and we have not looked into the research aspect of the implications of the adoption of AI in public diplomacy work. For instance, AI credibility is one of the key topics in this line of research, as to what extent the use of AI lends or actually reduces credibility, not only of the content, but also the organizations that's being produced. Is the organization viewed more innovative when you are using AI, and or is it the same as in the more general population? Seems to be the younger generation more open to AI-generated content, more receptive as opposed to the older generation. And so all these questions that we are not seeing the kind of research, but we are raising the questions that will call for research attention going forward, so that we can further the adoption and the application of AI tools in public diplomacy processes. So anyway, I just want to give you a quick view of what's happening in the public diplomacy world, the current capacity, that public diplomacy practitioners have as regards to AI.
Thank you, Jay. And thank you for raising those questions as well, not just about the uses of AI, but what the uses of AI means for the credibility of an organization going forward and the difficulty of finding that out. With that, Sam.
Yeah, thank you. I have a presentation. Let me see if I can get a clicker. Yeah, it's here. But maybe before I get into this, just a quick comment on AI. One of the issues, because I want to bring in the African perspective, is the image of Africa or information about Africa through AI. And you find there's a lot of either inadequate or inaccurate information or misrepresentation, partly because Africa has an oral culture and therefore not all our information is online to be able to train now the AI models to be able to accurately represent Africa. And that is why quite often the issue, credibility and the accuracy of information that you're likely to find there. So I want to bring in the African perspective. And from the time I got here, but also my travels, many people are interested in what's happening in Kenya with the recent protests, say youth-led protests. And I just want to give you a small window into what's happening. I think the general picture, and for those of you who've not been to Africa, is not always, of course, what we see the images out there. There is, increasing connectivity and internet penetration in Africa, and therefore you have these young people leveraging social media to address pertinent issues and shape the continent's narrative around peace, diplomacy, national security, talk about terrorism, politics, all those issues. Now, Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, Egypt are slightly, ahead of the other African countries in terms of greater connectivity, but also having thriving influencer communities. There's a booming creator economy within those countries, but it is also happening in other countries. I've only mentioned those 5. The other thing is the diversity of platforms that are in use. Besides the common ones that we are familiar with, we also have some regional and county-specific platforms, like Nairaland in Nigeria, Jamii Forums in Tanzania. The one in South Africa is defunct, but before shut down, had quite a significant following. But what is interesting is, and related to the recent protest, and I'll talk about that, the role of X, Twitter, and then TikTok. We'll talk about that in the next couple of minutes. So let me just tell you what's been happening in Kenya over the last couple of weeks. It's exactly a month from tomorrow, since the protest started. What are the issues? Is there were proposed taxes, government strategy to raise revenue through taxing a number of items, but there are those that seemed to arc Kenyans, and this is on data, bread, cooking oil, sanitary towels, baby diapers, digital devices, motor vehicle, ownership, and hospital equipment. And therefore people started to make noise around this when the bill was made public, the finance bill. And then the protests culminated in the invasion of Parliament, the National Assembly, on 25th. They breached Parliament and set on fire a section of Parliament. At the heart of this is young people, as Gen Z, who, while they're, not necessarily the ones who breached Parliament, but at the heart of the protest, that was saying, we are calling it the youth-led movement. Just want to show you a couple of images, then I can give you a quick summary. So these are familiar or very common posters around in Kenya, and every day you will see a new poster with a date, but indicating what the issue we're focusing on. But the one you see there, 7 days of rage, is actually what tipped the scales. After some people were killed in the first day, that would be 24th of June, then 25th when Parliament was breached. But what happened is, after that, this movement moved. Well, initially it was about the reject the finance bill, the taxation measures. It morphed into, it's a fight for good governance, it's justice for those who had been killed or those who had been arrested. It is a fight for accountability. It's a fight for liberating, because the churches were being used as platforms by politicians. So he said you want to free the churches. So there are certain keywords that I'll talk about briefly. But the most significant thing is ethnicity has been a driving factor of politics in Kenya. But this movement, youth-led movement, focused, they said we are tribeless, partyless, and fearless. In fact, they kept saying, we are not our parents. And that was the message to the government, and they didn't have fear. So Occupy Parliament. These are some of the leading activists or young people who've been arrested. We've had quite a number of people arrested. So there's been these, every day when somebody is arrested, you'll have, this was Free Sheikh Khalif, then there's Total Shutdown Tuesday and list all the regions of Kenya, then the 1 million march. The other interesting aspect is previous protests have always been quite violent, but this particular one is young people with phones, and mostly in the initial days it was young women. So people with just phones, not stones, and they said, oh, so no stones, just phones. And of course there's a part I spoke about, political accountability, and that's where you can see name and shame corrupt leaders. This was a concert to remember young people who had been killed in the protest. So far, about 50 people have been killed in the hands of the police, and others have been detained or abducted. And this is part of what is driving the conversions. Today is, since there's some journalists who were shot last week and one was abducted, so today it's about free press, and therefore journalists' lives matter, don't crush the messenger, air brutality against the press. So every day there is something new happening. But in a quick summary of the issues, started with tax protests about oppressive taxes, then moved to governance, accountability, but the last component, they're demanding political overhaul, which they keep saying Ruto must go. Ruto is our president, so they say Ruto must go. But what they mean is political overhaul. And the actors have said mostly young people at the forefront, but you have, of course, the other generation supporting them. The three main messages is reject finance bill, occupy parliament, occupy churches. Yesterday was occupy the airport. So occupy is something different every day. And then free those who have been arrested. The main platforms, X has played a key role in terms of hosting the conversations, the Twitter spaces, where people organize. And TikTok has actually given voice to what you'd call rural youth who are in the rural areas. So X is dominated primarily by influencers. You'll have journalists, you'll have civil society actors, but TikTok has actually given voice to young people from the rural areas. And of course, there has been global attention, Africa-wide engagement, and you can see other countries like in Uganda yesterday, there were protests inspired by what's happening in Kenya. Tanzania, they've had an aspect of that. In Ghana, they are talking about it. The impact is the president withdrew the bill. Cabinet was disbanded. He's appointing actually the last half of the cabinet. Today, the police chief resigned. There have been quite a number of this, but what is important is we've had this new wave of young people who have come up and of course catching on in other countries. These are just summaries. We've been trying to look at the conversation happening around that, and you can see there's been quite some engagement. What is interesting is the people leading these are previously unknown people, but they have huge following on these online platforms. Just wanted to highlight something in terms of this conversation of the president must go. When you try to track where it's coming from, is that it's louder in the US than in Kenya. But these are actually Kenyans in diaspora who are talking about this, and they've been pushing strongly on these aspects, and therefore brings in some questions. I just wanted to show a bit on TikTok. This has been one of the most compelling images of this lady who defied the police and tells the police, we are fighting for your rights, and you can see it has about 11 million views. The issue is, because I said, is this a Kenyan conversation? Because what you find is that the information space in Kenya, many of the countries surrounding Kenya, they have what you'd call, they have tried to impose restrictions on their social media spaces, their information space. But Kenya has an open information space. And that's where you can see there are voices speaking into this, whatever is happening in Kenya. And therefore, the issue is this externally influenced? So initially, the government spokesperson said that Russia is driving the protests. Then the president said it's Ford Foundation funding the protest. Then some people said it's local political networks. And they keep blaming different voices. But there's a question of whether this is external influence. The reason for that is Africa has been caught up in the geopolitical rivalry. There are so many interests in Africa. 6 years ago, it was a big conversation in Africa around Chinese loans and how, debt imposing, debt slavery on African countries. And from Kenya, Zambia, South Africa, that's what we're talking about. Right now, at the heart of this conversation is the role of IMF and World Bank. And therefore, the question is this actually a Kenyan conversation, or is it coming from somewhere? It's an ongoing debate that perhaps we are unable to conclude here, but you can't ignore that aspect that we don't always, the conversations happening in our information space are not always originating from within the country where it's happening. And that is why I was saying you can see the part of the president must go is actually being driven by Kenyans in diaspora. We've also seen around Africa in relation to elections, but also these things, we see a lot of what you'd call the state-sponsored disinformation. There's a book that is coming out in September that we've actually tried to look at disinformation around the world, where you can see countries have become adept in being able to use information to assert their influence by disrupting other countries. So this is one of the questions that is at the heart of these protests. Happy to engage further should you have questions around this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. That was fascinating. This is not a subject I know a lot about, and I would encourage everybody to think of Kenya as a case study for how disinformation operates, and also potentially for how external actors can manipulate a domestic situation, or how disinformation plays into great power competition. I also thought your point at the beginning was fantastic. I know it was a bit of an aside, but about Africa having an oral culture, or many states in Africa having an oral culture, and how large language models might miss that, necessarily miss that. And it got me thinking about how large language models might perpetuate bias in more than one way. So I think that's something important for all of us to think about, and I don't know if we're going to be talking about that elsewhere. So,
you bet.
Bernie, we are talking about that elsewhere.
You betcha. All right. Thank you so much for that, and thank you everyone for having me. I'm Bernie Hogan. I'm an associate professor and a senior research fellow at the Oxford Internet Institute, at the University of Oxford. And in my work, I teach graduate students and peers about machine learning, social networks, and social science. And in contrast to many of the people here, I'm not really focused on facts, which you might not expect from an academic. But rather I'm focused on intentions and how machine learning models influence those. So, but before we get into the machine learning stuff, I want to consider a couple scenarios where facts and intentions might come into conflict. So a child comes up and asks you, "Is Santa Claus real?" The Santa Claus alarm. And you look in their eyes and you say, "Of course he's real." And then a friend is in a car accident and you visit in the hospital, and they're all bandaged up and in a cast and stuff, and they ask, "How do I look?" And you say, "Oh, you look fine, you look well." I mean, now in neither of these cases would these answers be considered particularly factual. On the one hand, you can imagine what would happen if you ask ChatGPT and now your Christmas is ruined and your friend has a new diagnosis. Okay, so, but I'm more focused now on imagery, generative imagery, and that's why I think this is more relevant than perhaps in the language space, where we really do want to get the facts right. Now, in generative imagery, which we often call deepfakes, but we might consider deepfakes to be generative imagery that evokes a specific likeness or a person or someone that we would recognize. Now, these models are, they're created by or these images are created by models that infer details and can look photorealistic, at least at first glance. Because these images are so lifelike and so engaging, many people worry about these images undermining the truth. We have seen deepfakes of real people circulate online, from the Pope in a puffer jacket to Will Smith eating spaghetti. So consider another thought experiment now. Imagine I ask for Microsoft Image Creator, DALL-E, or Midjourney, one of the various places where you can render these images, to generate an image of an American president. As it happens, DALL-E today won't give you any image if you ask for that. But how many times in past do you think you'd need to ask for it before you get a female president, before you get a woman as president? Well, depending on the model, and if you ask for a model to be historically accurate, the answer would be 0. But yet, Hillary was extremely close to the presidency, And Harris clearly has a fighting chance, and there's been at least 22 Madam Presidents in film and television. It's entirely plausible, even if it's not historically accurate. So on the other hand, would it be considered unexpected to render an emperor of China and get a white guy that looks like me? What if we ask for a president and we get a toddler or a child behind the desk? Would that be considered unreasonable? And this gets to the issue of influence here. What inferences are reasonable? What are unreasonable? And who gets to decide this? Is a woman president reasonable? Of course. What about a child as president? Well, certainly not. And I'm totally withholding the jokes on some past presidents, perhaps. But what generative imagery, what they offer is not a means of confusing photographs with imagery. They offer a means of influencing our associations in at least 3 key ways. First, model designers influence what associations are baked into a model. Train on Hollywood movies, and you'll certainly get a female president, as there have been many in film and television. It might look like Meryl Streep or Julia Louis-Dreyfus or whatever. Now, model users influence what associations others will make. By dressing the Pope in a puffer jacket, making Elon Musk a cyborg, we're not really seeking to influence the truth, but to influence stereotypes and to influence how people perceive each other. And finally, regulatory bodies can theoretically influence these models. These effects are already very abstract, but we might ask, should the models only be trained on approved data? Should they be trained and should they be censored? For what kind of data should they be censored? Sexual data? What about political data? Should they be trained on footage of war crimes? Or what about human anatomy? What about tragedies? Models are appearing daily and they're being released, shared, and fine-tuned widely. We can no longer control the possibility for people to create deepfakes, to fine-tune them so they can create them of specific people and distribute them online. But we can regulate the distribution and we can react to the associations that we think are inappropriate. As influencers, you can expect more of platforms. You can render images that show the power of these tools, and you can help apply regulatory pressures. We know that some forms of generative imagery are definitely inappropriate or unreasonable. Non-consensual deepfake pornography, for example, many people, I think just about everybody universally would consider unreasonable. But what about images of public figures, which are clearly labeled as AI? What about humorous videos of neighbors or family members? What is reasonable for general concepts? What is reasonable for an image of a crowd? What should the crowd look like, and who should it represent? When is it reasonable to present a likeness of someone else? Someone you know or someone that you might be critiquing in a political manner? And when does photographic accuracy matter? In answering these questions, we can ignore history, but we risk dismissing cultural sensitivities and frustrating users with implausible claims. Yet on the other hand, if we're totally beholden to history, we will be disappointed by models which take questionable creative liberties as well as restrict our imagination. These models are likely to influence us not by confusing facts, but by making associations. These associations, they can operate as stereotypes, satire, and as political critique. We need to ask what associations are reasonable, how can we expect this of model designers, and how can we govern what we can distribute to images and to whom? We still don't have reliable ways of interrogating these models. Our ability to even detect fakes is receding as they become more sophisticated. We already can't reliably detect LLM or chatbot text, and images are soon to follow. So it's easier to focus on facts, but by focusing on intentions, I believe we can get further to understanding how these models represent and how they might misrepresent. It's a careful balancing act to avoid spoiling the magic of Christmas while not trying to undermine a child's critical thinking. And we have a similar balancing act ahead of us here, but the rewards are the ability to dream of the future we want and to return to a world where seeing is believing what's possible instead of what's been. And on that, thank you.
I want to clarify that the academic sitting next to me did not say that facts are unimportant. He did say that sometimes we're looking at the wrong thing when we're thinking about facts and that we need to look beyond them at intention.
Yeah, fair point.
Thank you. Rashi.
Can you hear me? Hi. So I'm actually going to answer some of Bernie's questions. I work and I look at, I'm a technologist by training. I don't have a social science background. I'm pursuing a social science degree where I'm looking at hypes, realities. I look at the sociological implications of technologies. And I think one of the things that I also want to address in the room, and there are some lovely examples that are mentioned by everyone on how technology can proliferate productivity, it can help with equalizing opportunities, but there are so many other aspects of technologies that get underplayed because of using the word AI in every room, and using AI in memes, and using AI as an oversimplified solution and a magical potion that will wash away a lot of your problems. And I mean, Bernie mentioned a bit on the image-based aspects. I would also talk about a lot of the text-based aspects that you see in a lot of the generative AI tools, which is Bard or ChatGPT. In terms of citations, a lot of the citations have proven to be misinformed, outdated. When it comes to localizing data, a lot of the training models are very Western-centric and fail to take into African implications, which are, you know, oral traditions, where places like India and Asia also have a lot of rich oral history, and also contextualizing those aspects becomes an issue. So yeah, I think taking ChatGPT as the holy grail might not be the best solution when you're doing your research. So I think it's more of a slightly more on the lazier side of approach. Also the hype around the investments with AI, right? A lot of countries now want to get into the bandwagon of building policies, but don't necessarily have a good explainability of AI when it comes to interacting with audiences on what are the solutions they need on ground. So there's a lot of hype where you see a lot of great reports and grandiose where there are billions thrown at it, but then I think there has to be an end to the hype cycle, because you can't have privacy lawyers overnight becoming AI lawyers, because it helps making more buck in the bank. But also, we have 60 elections that have happened this year, and there are some very, very interesting examples of how AI has helped, more around you know, AI-generated robocalls that have impersonated President Biden. In India, we had a deepfake video of Bollywood stars, which actually went viral. There are so many advocates who have been actively endorsing public safety, but then AI had to save the day and have the government's attention on those issues. In Burkina Faso, we had videos of Americans backing a military coup. In Nigeria, we had manipulated videos of Elon Musk's support for a particular party. And in Brazil, you've had deepfakes of just generally spreading misinformation, political campaigns, and a more local example, since I'm in Europe, in Slovakia, we've had generative AI-based political interference. And then I'm going to go a little deep dive into participation in the digital ecosphere, where we've seen a lot of attacks on women. I mean, naturally, a lot of abuses with women who want to take part in the political sphere. So we see a lot of women in the public sphere that usually are the victim of these targets. And yeah, we've and unfortunately, we actually I've done some research around hate speech and data sets, but then because of the lack of explainability in AI, we weren't able to find more data sets on how we could perceive what the digital ecosystem is out there. So again, emphasizing on having a common understanding of AI and across the world, so that you can have initiatives who are not in silos and can actually work together and build better LLMs in the future. But now you also see a lot of women being attacked. Just a general person could be attacked online. And we've seen that with research that we've seen, more than 90% of the deepfake cases are against women. There is a growing pandemic of deepfake pornography, bringing them down. And of course, you would hear celebrities like Scarlett Johansson who are a bit tired of talking to regulators about how you can bring those aspects down. You do have some legislation, but more in the US, which is against, I would say, political distribution of deepfakes, not looking at from a safety perspective. There's some very interesting work that's done in the UK with their online safety bill consultations, where they talk about banning deepfakes from an online safety perspective and also downblousing. And you also have smaller companies like Stable Diffusion AI, which are taking takedowns of deepfakes more seriously, and are also making it harder to generate images of this manner. It's a very complex problem. There are a lot of questions, but it is a growing phenomena that one needs to tackle so that we can have more women who can voice out their concerns and also live with dignity, because there are so many different cultural norms and dynamics that also have to be taken into consideration. And of course, I'm happy to take questions and yeah, have more conversations around this.
Discussing with us what AI can and cannot do, and some of the problems or the intersections as it relates to gender and women's rights as well. All right, so before we take questions, everybody get up and stretch. Some of you are having that after lunch stupor, and I want good questions and good listening. So stand up. Stretch it out, take it off. US has. And okay, so questions. How are we doing questions? From the room and on Slido? All right, back down, and I want to hear questions from all of you.
Let's start from the room.
I see one in the back and one over here.
Ladies first.
Okay, thanks so much to the panelists for sharing your insights. So one thing I really appreciated, Rashi, that you brought up was issues concerning online regulation and legislation. And as we know, for example, like the EU is going to implement the AI Act, I think next week. And so I was curious what your thoughts would be between digital regulation of, say, specifically AI, but then also how that interplays with individual agency, right? And I think we've also been discussing things like media and digital literacy, fact-checking, et cetera, and how do you see that relationship?
Great question, thank you. I think access is an issue. I think there's a lot of issues around literacy of AI, how to use those tools. And at least from a privacy perspective, I find it challenging because we're not sure what the LLMs are trained on or what data is being used, whether you have consented with the images that you have online or if you have it on a particular cloud service, and what their policy is of where it's gone. I'm not the best person to talk about the EU Act because I have no idea, but I would also say the implementation of GDPR is so different from what it actually is. So I think it would be interesting to see use cases of people who are doing work there, but I'm also not for automatic decision making on important aspects of recruitment or a grant. I mean, I know it's very labor intensive, but it might be nice to have some sort of human intervention, at least in concepts of safety where there's loss of life possible, like with hate speech. And we've seen a lot of sweatshops that a lot of these big tech companies have enabled with not paying their workers on time or paying minimum wages when it comes to content like that. Maybe, I feel like there has to be some sort of a balance, but then also more transparency on the capability of the system that you've deployed, what the capability is and what the capability isn't. And I think that we don't have an understanding of that yet, at least. People aren't transparent enough about what they're using and what they're not, and maybe more transparency around that. I'm not sure if this answers your question. Does it? Or
Can I add something, or?
I guess being the European representative, I'd also like to speak to that. And I know the UK isn't necessarily covered by the EU AI Act, but my talk was directly related to that. There are 3 references to deepfakes in the EU AI Act, and they're all about saying that you should label this. And my point is that people know these things are fake, and so labeling it is solving the wrong problem. And so we're already behind the technology because we assumed that it was the facticity of the images which was of concern and not the misrepresentation of the images. Secondly, the AI Act does some strong things towards appreciating provenance of images. Because we don't know what's in these models and they are effectively very highly compressed versions of their data, we really ought to have provenance and a sense of provenance up and down the value chain for these sorts of things. Companies releasing these models should be able to say what data they've trained on, and we should be able to opt out from that. And finally, in response, it is important, and the EU AI Act has done smart things in some respects to distinguish some systems as critical or high risk from other systems. But of course, the devil's in the details of which systems are high risk. And things like generative imagery are not considered high risk in the same way that medical systems or inference within medical systems are. But that actually creates greater concern because they're not so heavily regulated. It allows for so many people to be able to train things in a warped way, produce stereotypes, get likenesses in there, and we still have no real sense of the legal status of a likeness, while we're going to have terms of use sort of snuck in probably from Meta and Instagram, from Google. It will train a model on yourself and say, hey, we can make a likeness of you, and we will not have had the literacy to appreciate what are the stakes and how to negotiate that specific arrangement if we don't actually get to the idea that we're representing things rather than asserting facts.
Oh, can I add something? Because except of your moderator, I also work for the Special Secretary of Strategic Foresight. And we work really close with the European Commission and the AI Act. As regards the AI Act, one thing that we need to understand is that is an umbrella legislation. So we are trying there to risk assess all the critical factors of the AI. One or even 2 big things that the AI Act does is that defines the space that something is prohibitable, and it's something that social scoring, the concept of biotracing and all the details that we give away with the filters and all the visual scanning stuff. So if we have social scoring, we have all the biometrics data safe, and we have the risk assessment pyramid in place, afterwards the private sector like Meta, Google and all the players will come and respect at least these things. And we are working, and of course we all know that America tries to innovate, Europe tries to legislate, okay? So from the European perspective, I think that AI Act is a very good start because now we are starting to see all this. It's on the same topic or in a...
Jumping forward. I just wanted to elaborate with the first speaker regarding the political decisions and AI, because there is a short joke. Many of the people here are probably familiar with Henk van Es. He is a scientist studying also digital information sphere. And he had this idea to test how quickly AI will be fooled by falsehood. And he invented the story that he will be the most famous banjo player, which is a harmless story. He asked us, his followers on Twitter, his friends, academia, students, to create stories in social media all around the world about how good Henk van Es is a banjo player. It took for AI to give an answer on certain topic on Banjo, like 2.5 weeks. So imagine the situation if some politician is using free language model, which learns from the questions you ask. And in what direction that politician could drive a country if that politician is a man-child with orange hair. So please go back to that topic, and if you could more describe the risks of this language model use in political decisions, because those language models could be influenced by third, fifth, 11th party.
And specifically is pre-screening some applications, right? And at this point, I believe our State Department, the guideline would require there's the human person there, not only in terms of content creation done by AI. Certainly, you know, in the example that I gave, that the human person will be making a decision. So I'm not saying that we use AI to issue visas. Okay. Well, theoretically, if you think about this, yeah, why not, right? There are certain sectors or certain types of work. It's very data heavy, and so the people would expect the organization to be more reliable, to be more precise. And in those situations, probably AI can play a much effective role. So we mentioned about in the healthcare sector. I mean, that is where a lot of data is generated, and we need the precise data, we need reliable data for us to predict how we diagnose and how we provide treatment. I think financial services is an industry that relies a lot of data, but of course, we also know that the data, based on existing data, if we do not consider the socioeconomic conditions and context, those data may be biased in the ways that, not considering certain types of segments of the population just because of the current data that exists. Same with the healthcare sector. But at the same time, because I'm constantly thinking, because where does diplomacy fit in, right? So the other end will be more the creative industries, like Hollywood. So there's a lot of concern about AI, creating visual images and moving images and all of that. But they are already using all these things. But the question is, are they conveying the authenticity that our viewers, the audiences, will be interested in? So in that situation, the AI, I guess we are still seeing used, but the question of authenticity is a real one. Will people buy tickets and will people watch these shows? So diplomacy, I'm constantly, where does diplomacy fit? I mean, some of the work, you clearly see that there is very data, centric. But other work in public diplomacy, engaging with people, it is art. So I think there are a lot of questions that we still need to answer. But this is the way that I'm thinking, how AI may be relevant and useful in the line of work of public diplomacy.
I just wanted to weigh in on the earlier question about regulation and personal responsibility. And I'm saying this because you've seen some, since I got here, I've seen when I tried to access some websites, the permissions required provide a bit more information so that I'm able to make an informed decision. That is not available to me back home. For the simple reason there is legislation that requires the companies behind this to be able to do this. But I've also seen there are some companies, based on where they're operating from, they're able to follow the regulations that are set in place. But when they come to Africa, for example, and that was triggered by some of these apps that offer loans or financial services, they have predatory behavior that does not respect privacy or other requirements, and they're able to do that in their home countries where they come from. They're able to follow the regulations or the legislation that is in place, but they come to a country where the regulations are not in place or are not strictly enforced, then you find it's different, and therefore brings in the aspect. For me, I'm a strong believer that while there is the aspect of legislation, or, regulation to enforce some of these things, and there is also that aspect of personal responsibility, but human nature is such that when there is a window to violate or push the boundaries, they will. So for me, I support greater and robust regulation. I forgot to mention part of the issues and the contention in Kenya during the finance bill was they wanted the revenue authority to be given permission to access any data they needed to help them with the tax collection. And it was actually at the heart of what young people came out and said, you can't just access any data that you want. It took young people to say no because they're much more conscious about their data being used or being accessed by anybody. But the older people at times are just more comfortable because as long as I get the services, I'm okay with that. So I'm just talking about that balance between personal responsibility and legislation.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question.
We have time. Do we have questions? Or shall we go to Slido? That is your questions again.
Are we popping up the Slido, or should I ask away?
You can ask.
I can ask away. All right. So for all of the panelists, I'm interested in how the topic of your presentation, whether it's deepfakes or AI in general or political protests, relates to or can be manipulated by a great power competition. But we have Slido coming up here. So before I throw that whopper at you, okay. All right. So I'm going to turn it over to Sam first, if you don't mind.
It's all right. That's okay. I alluded to it earlier where I said the competition between the great powers. There's a lot of interest in Africa, from the great powers, but you talk about the US, China, Russia, but even Turkey has a lot of interest in Africa. And you can see them using the information strategies to exert their influence, shape narratives, and most importantly, shape the social political outcomes in Africa. And that is what I was saying. At times, some of the conflicts you see, for example, Sudan, you find there's a lot of external interest, and how that plays out. Also, even the conversations around that are externally shaped. There's been, for example, there's the DRC issue. You find that external forces or other countries are actively trying to shape the conversation around what's happening there. And you find African journalists who try to cover these issues, like I saw one journalist who was fairly vocal. The next thing you see is they've been invited for a fellowship somewhere and goes through some training. And when they come back, you see the coverage, the reporting shifts all of a sudden. And for me, what I'm advocating for, maybe if I'm not very clear, is for Africa to assert, to have more agency, to determine the conversations we're having, because that's what young people have told us. It's our conversation, it's our country, it's our future, this is what is at stake for us. And I also wanted to clarify, because I know I was introduced as a lecturer from Aga Khan University, but my slide said National Defense University. So just to clarify, I'm with the National Defense University, Kenya, formerly Aga Khan, and I'm still an adjunct faculty there. Thank you.
So there's some real interesting work happening in between Europe, China, and North America, if we're talking about that debate in that respect, because these are models that would take anywhere between a couple thousand to a couple $100 million to train, but the resulting files can be several gigabytes and fit on a USB key. They can transfer around the world. You put 100 million into a building or an infrastructure project, you don't normally think that you're going to make a copy of that and that's going to end up anywhere else. But these do. And right now, China is making some really fantastic models that are competing very reliably with the ones that are being made in the US and the ones that are being made in Europe. The distributional sort of logic behind some of these models is to say, let's get them out, get them open source, and getting people using them. This has become a sort of soft power through open access. And that's been directly in response, in many ways, to the OpenAI strategy in America of saying, you know, it's not necessarily safe, so you should trust us with this. Now, for what it's worth looking back that they said the same thing about GPT-2 back in 2019. They said it's not safe, you can't release it to the public, and now we have Andrej Karpathy, you know, a US-based academic, who says, here's how you can train your own GPT-2 on a computer you can rent for £1,000. The fact that we have these models circulating around without provenance for what's been trained in the models, and where that provenance may abide by certain jurisdictional boundaries. Maybe it's appropriate to train on some things in one country, but not appropriate in another. Sure, but those models are then done, and then they can be sent around. If you want to find a picture of, if you want to render an image of Gaza, if you want to render an image of Tiananmen Square, if you want to render an image of something historical, they may not have the photos you want. They may warp it, and they may skew it, and we really don't have thorough ways of interrogating these models because of how nonlinear and how much gets compressed and baked in. The act of even interrogating them for every possible combination of historical fact is itself quite profound and challenging. So right now, I think the goal for many nations is to try to get their models into the hands of other people, and then hopefully that the kind of soft power of influence comes through the representations that come from those models. In China, that would be models like Kwai Colors, for example, or PixArt Sigma. You might not have heard of these, you might have only heard of Stable Diffusion, but I can promise you the Stable Diffusion community is moving away from Stable Diffusion because the most recent one has been very poorly trained and is not as usable. And so now they're going to work to another model that may be trained in a jurisdiction that they don't know, can't control, can't understand, but because it just makes better looking photos. So it's a real series of landmines there. We never thought that we'd be able to trade such dense information across borders, but that's where we are now, and I think that that's going to create some serious challenges for the regulation of information spaces.
All right. Thank you very much to our panelists and to our audience for a very engaging session.
Thank you very much. Our panel, please feel free to take your seats. Another round of applause, please. I'm going to be as bold as to say that I think there's a strong African influence on this program because it's time to feed you again. So we're going to take a quick coffee break, smoke break, water break, bathroom break before our last panel session. And we're going to take 30 minutes, so please use your time wisely. If you see me at about 5 minutes before 3, coming to, doing this motion, it means it's time to come back. Okay, so please enjoy your short break, and let's meet back here at 3 o'clock. For about an hour, and we're going to be talking about virtual presence and global impact. I'm going to allow the moderator to introduce his speakers, but I will introduce the moderator.
And today, moderating this panel is Daniel Arbol. He's the coordinator of the Digital Policy and Cyberspace Committee from the Argentine Council for International Relations in Argentina. So please, a warm round of applause and your attention for Daniel.
Okay, hi everyone, good afternoon. Well, I'm delighted to see you all here. Well, today we will continue exploring how digital presence contributes in shaping global interactions and influence. And we'll hear from 3 experts who will share their insights on this topic, and I'm pleased to introduce them and our panelists for this session. So, here we have Amber McIntyre. She's a project lead of the Influence Industry project at Tactical Tech in Germany. Dr. Ashton Kingdon, lecturer in criminology at the University of Southampton in UK. Dr. Signe Ivask, a sociology of journalism research fellow at the University of Tartu in Estonia. And well, please join me in welcoming our panelists. So, thank you very much. Well, Amber, the floor is yours.
Thanks. I'm hoping there are some slides, yeah, and hopefully I can work this. Okay, I don't think that slide is converted very well, but that's okay. We might just go off what I'm going to say at the start, and we'll see if the slides match it at some point, but I don't think the PowerPoint format converted very well there. So yeah, I'm Amber McIntyre. Just a little bit about my background, because it brings me to the approach I take in my research. So I started as a campaigner at Amnesty International and was focused on how we do digital campaigning and trying to innovate in that space. And that was in maybe 2014. And I within that became pretty concerned that analytics were the same thing as surveillance, and then went on to pursue research in what the differences were between surveillance and analytics and data-driven campaigning and its ethics. So now what I research is data-driven campaigns in data-driven election campaigns. The premise of our project, the Influence Industry project at Tactical Tech, is that we go beyond this favorite word, the Cambridge Analytica scandal. And so there are maybe 3 angles to look at that from what beyond means there. And it was this Cambridge Analytica scandal, which maybe we could do a raise of hands of who already knows about it. I would guess most people. But they, great, so they used data which they had acquired through Facebook and through Facebook's friends networks, and they used that data to create psychometric profiles, and they sold and then offered those psychometric profiles, particularly during some contentious campaigns like the Brexit campaign in the UK to leave the EU referendum and the Trump's campaign in 2016. And after this scandal, Cambridge Analytica shut down and Facebook was also interrogated in a series of government interrogations in the UK and the US. And the way we saw it was that this company was one of many companies working in this space, and of hundreds of companies, as I will go to show, that this is routine practice, that they are collecting data on people, and this data. And so when we talk about the name of the conference, the anatomy of influence, in this anatomy, what we've been researching is this industry buying and selling personal data and creating profiles of personal data and tactics using personal data to support election campaigns. I'm going to see if some of these, okay, this is good. So as you may know it, I think what's maybe at the forefront of what we look at is data as influence. So we separate it into 3 areas. These firms that we've investigated. We've got data as influence, data as intelligence, and data as an asset. And we look at I'm going to talk through those, and we look at these through these different angles. Data as influence, I'm going to talk about 2 different types of firms here. We have large-scale consultancy firms which work with electoral parties, I'm going to definitely come back to CT Group, who are also called Crosby Textor or CTF partners. 270 Strategies are an organization that was set up, as many were, out of Obama's campaign. So a consultant from the first campaign for Obama went for president in 2008 and then in 2012. A lot of the consultants came out of that and set up their own firms in the US and across like Europe, also a few in France and in Germany. And if any of them had even like volunteered in the staff, they'd be like, oh, we were part of the Obama campaign because data was so exciting then. So they would sell their services to then be sort of strategic advice to political election campaigns on how they can use data to get grassroots engagement in there and influence people to be involved. Then there's organizations that also guide the strategy, but are a little bit less open about what they do, like the Crosby Textor Group, or CTF partners. And they also provide consultancy. I'm going to show them a little bit later. They've worked worldwide, but they're an Australian firm. And they've also been mixed up in a few scandals, including they have a misinformation team, which was kind of uncovered, but the group continues. So I think this is also something I'm going to touch on about why this is a problem, which is like institutionalized and normalized problems can occur in this kind of routine practices of these consultancy firms, which are seen as very legitimate, normal things to hire as a political party. They also were famous for something called the dead cat tactic, which they had like advertised to the Conservative Party in the UK as if you throw a dead cat in the middle of the table, nobody's going to be paying attention to what you do. And so they've been behind these scandals and they continue to work. And so these are some of the examples of the campaign consultants we've uncovered. Then there's like communication consultants who are maybe much more data as influence still, kind of what you see, the message that you receive as a person. And there are groups like Saatchi and Saatchi who might do the whole branding or the whole PR strategy. But they're also advertising firms, Push Digital, who just create apps. There's a few, for example, again, like some that are very maybe like above board and that we would accept what they're doing, who just help people create their social media campaign or their website. And there's others who focus only on hate campaigns. So that's what they specialize in, like negative campaign or, in fact, because I mostly look at the kind of still above board, even when dodgy spaces, then the above board style of like negative campaigning, and there'll be firms that just specialize in that. So Harris Media is an organization, one of these firms that also work on strategy, but they develop these kind of negative campaign websites on behalf of political party. But then what we wanted to dig into as well was these massive amount of firms that work in the background, helping do analysis on the data and helping buy and sell the voter data in the first place to create these strategies. And so, as I mentioned before, Cambridge Analytica had these psychometric profiles, which is these ways of profiling people based on the kind of personality style or psychological analysis and profile types. There's Cambridge Analytica's was based on something called OCEAN, which was openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeability, and neuroticism, and evaluating everyone on them. But there's a lot more that also sell, for example, I'm going to forget there, one company is called Haystack DNA, and they sell profiles such as, were you pro or for wearing masks during COVID? Did you think China was responsible? Do you support Black Lives Matter? Do you support gun rights? So they sell profiles on all of these angles, and that data can be collected by going door to door, but sometimes it's also inferred from other information. So one website, Matchbox.io, I think it was them, had like the analysis of how accurate they thought this information was. It might be 10% accurate, 90% accurate, 80%, depending on what data they'd used to decide it was true on a voter. And then there's big data brokers that we know, like Experian, who don't just work with political parties, they also work in insurance and commercial companies. And they've sold data to UK political parties, to the US political parties, to Brazilian political parties. So they've worked worldwide selling just data packs on voters. So what we did was try and uncover a lot of these different companies, and we ended up finding over 500. I think we're getting closer to 600 now of these different private firms, and we're starting to document what we do, what they do, where they work. And so what we've what I would say we've developed is something called the Explorer. And maybe I could ask for a website now for the, yeah. So we've developed a database which is basically, in its back end, is just a series of, it's like an archive of research articles and also primary sources like their websites. But if we just scroll down a little bit, if that's possible. And then if you would mind putting in, typing in a box that says filter by Paraguay, if that's possible, or under, yeah. Sorry, if you could also then type in the, if you see the box that says filter by, if you could type in that box that says countries. And if you could type P-A-R-A and choose Paraguay. R, yeah. It's great. This is language problems. No, an R, sorry. It's also here, yeah. Oh, there we go, yeah. And so we worked with researchers in Paraguay. If you, press that now. And then you can filter by country. As you'll see, if you look it up yourself, not all countries are well documented. We've managed to work with partners in a few places, and tomorrow I'll do a workshop on how we did that and where we got content from. But we can also do what we just added, and it's still a little bit like in beta, is the services function. So there you can also look up just the word data to find data brokers. You could look up misinformation to see anyone we've tagged with working with misinformation. And we always welcome more people to come in and share their research. Like I say, it's just actually a big database of research, and we've pulled out countries and services that they provide and political parties they've worked with. Yeah, so I think that's everything I'm going to do for now.
Ashton?
Oh, thanks. Oh, that was a good start. Hello. Thank you so much for the invitation, by the way, to be here to speak. I've met so many amazing people over the past few days that I usually would never be in contact with. So it's great to be here. My name's Ashton. I'm a lecturer in criminology at the University of Southampton in the UK, which is the sunniest city in the UK, by the way, which I've told a few people, which might be fake news. That is, the fact checker needs to check that. So I'm most known for my research undercover as an extremist. So I spent 4 years undercover as a white supremacist, and previously to that I was in Islamic State. Bearing that in mind, this research presentation will contain propaganda. None of it is designed to be particularly gruesome or graphic, but please, I am still currently undercover in these networks, so please do not share the images. You can take pictures, that's absolutely fine, but do not tag me in anything on social media, because that will incite a trolling incident, no doubt. So I'm going to talk to you today about video gaming and violent extremism, really briefly, because I heard this wasn't an academic conference, so I narrowed my slides to like 127. I'm going to go through the kind of usual typology that we use, just in case you're not familiar with how extremists are using video games as influence. I look specifically as how they're used in radicalization. So extremists do have their own bespoke video games. There's some here from Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah have one, the far right have a few, and extremist organizations like ISIS will also use propaganda clips from these. So they have their own bespoke games. Modern mainstream games. So these are images that I've taken or got over the years. This is where they manipulate the sandbox to create these. They might put an ISIS flag or the clan. Roblox is really popular, Minecraft, Animal Crossing, that's Arma 3 up there. And then they will use, and this isn't coming from the organizations themselves, but from the grassroots, and they'll use it really frequently in propaganda. In-game chat. So this is a platform called VR Chat. This is a server that I got into where there was a Nazi dinner party going on. So I'm sure many of you are familiar with the characters. You've got Hitler, the Klan, Breivik, the Norway shooter there. The reason I like to talk about in-game chat is it's incredibly difficult to police and stop anything that might be happening when you are in this chat. This was actually going on in Wewelsburg Castle, which was known as the spiritual center of the SS. Very difficult to police this and also get back into the servers. So when we're talking about how we might particularly counter this content, that's something that's really important. Gamification is one that many people might be more aware of. This became very prominent following the Christchurch shooting in 2019 when he was